Good afternoon. I will call to order this meeting of the Thousand Oaks City Council for Tuesday, July 8th, 2025. Will the clerk, I will first have a special announcement. I have received a request from Councilmember Gutierrez to participate in tonight's meeting remotely via Zoom via the Just Cause provision of the Brown Act due to a physical disability need. Pursuant to Brown Act requirements, I must ask, Councilmember Gutierrez, is there anyone who is 18 years old or older with you in the room?
There is not.
Very good, thank you. Appreciate that. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Adam,
Here.
Councilmember Engler,
Here.
Councilmember Gutierrez,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Taylor,
Here.
and Mayor Newman.
Here. Our next item is a series of closed session items, and for that we go to City Attorney Noonan.
Thank you, Mayor Newman. We do have several closed session items. The first three are pending litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9A. First one is Williams versus City of Thousand Oaks. Second is Thousand Oaks versus Packard. Third one is Sanchez versus City of Thousand Oaks. And then the final three closed sessions are public employee claims pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.95A. First one is employee Walker. Second one is employee Sherman. And the last one is employee Zarate.
Very good. With that, we will go to closed session and return here at 6 p.m. Okay, and we are back from closed session and call the open session back into order. Go to City Attorney Tracy Noonan for a report from closed session.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. At this time, I ask if you are able, please stand and join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Yes. Sure. I also want to announce this evening, some of you may have noticed the absence on the dais of Councilmember Gutierrez. She is not absent from this meeting. She is participating, but remotely via teleconference, and we will be hearing from her. She will be asking questions, she will be making comments, and she'll be voting as usual, just remotely. I also have one other announcement to make, which is that item 13A, which is the Council on Aging Annual Report, will be moved up and heard after the consent calendar. We've got a full agenda tonight and wanted to hear from the Council on Aging folks earlier in the agenda this evening. So with that, we now go to public comments. And the clerk informs me that we have at least 24,
We have 34 now.
34 public commenters speaking, in addition to a rather full agenda. Normally, this council allows 3 minutes per commenter, but because of the very large number of speakers, going to restrict that this evening to 2 minutes. So my apologies in advance if you worked out your speech to be exactly 3 minutes, but we do want to give everyone a chance to be heard. So the way that we'll do this is I will announce the 3 speakers who are next upcoming. I'll ask each speaker to come to the podium here, and we request that you state your name and city of residence. I'll also announce the next 2 speakers coming up, and if you would please find seats near the podium so that we can keep public comment moving along. So with that, our first 3 speakers this evening are Diana Terry, followed by Jesus Orozco and Katie Yant. Ms. Terry, good evening.
Council members, my name is Diana Terry, a longtime Conejo Valley resident living in Newbury Park. I'm a local business owner, a lesbian woman married and raising kids in CVUSD schools, and I serve on the board of our LGBTQ+ District Advisory Council. I volunteer, coach soccer, and help raise funds for our schools and local organizations. I say this not to center myself, but to make clear that I am deeply rooted here, and I understand my privilege as a white woman in a city that too often chooses comfort over confronting injustice. 80% of this elected council is made up of white men, yet they represent only about 34% of Thousand Oaks residents. Lucky for you, the remaining 20% of the dais is really a reflection of our community in Councilmember Gutierrez. What a gift it is to have her, a resource of education and lived experience of the majority here to engage with. I would ask if you're turning to them for guidance, but given what's happening in our city, the answer is no. I want to recognize that this council recently doubled grant funding to help combat the loss of federal funds, and that matters, and I thank you. But it's only the start, and that is the most basic response. I understand that there are limits to your power, but as elected representatives, you have the right and responsibility to denounce the terror inflicted here, the abuse of power and harm caused by ICE and this Republican administration. Nothing stops you from speaking out, and silence is complicity. I'm here because my neighbors are being kidnapped in unmarked vehicles. ICE agents operate here with no transparency and no accountability. I've seen law enforcement respond and choose inaction. This is racial profiling in action. Families are being targeted, harassed, and torn apart for their skin color, language, or perceived status. This is not safety, it's terror. Our privilege carries a moral responsibility. When the majority of this council represents only 34% of the population, you have a duty to lift up and protect the rest of us that you do not mirror. So I'm asking for two things. Adopt a citywide policy of non-cooperation with ICE and publicly share it across all channels, not just the libraries like you did with Pride, and host a bilingual Know Your Rights workshop to support our most vulnerable neighbors. Due process is for everyone.
Ms. Terry, thank you very much for your
Thank you.
comments. Next, we will hear from Jesus Orozco, followed by Katie Yant and Hayden Martinez. Mr. Martinez is up next, I see.
Sorry.
You can go ahead, Mr. Martinez.
It's Orozco.
Mr. Orozco,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
We-
Hello,
My
City
apologies.
Council. Sorry, it's okay. Sorry. Hello, City Council members. Hello, my name is Jesus. I'm 23 years old, and I have called Thousand Oaks my home. I have always called Thousand Oaks my home. In Ventura County, more than 30% of our community are immigrants. These are people who work besides us, our coworkers, our neighbors, and even our classmates. These families work our fields, care for our elders, and serve us food. As you may see by now, immigrants are no strangers. We play a huge contribution to our communities. We work many jobs that are essential to our communities, but we are being treated like we don't matter. We are not criminals. Ventura is one of California's top agriculture producers, growing strawberries, lemons, and avocados that feed the state. None of it would be possible without immigrant labor. Despite all they give, immigrant families still live with constant threat with aggressive immigration enforcement. Recently, with new immigration policies, that threat has become into fear and paranoia to many people. Masked men with unmarked cars have been roaming around the community, kidnapping parents of innocent children while they watch powerless. ICE agents are arresting people without a warrant and snatching people off the street, no questions asked. This is not only terrifying for undocumented families, but also for our entire community. ICE is not making our community safe. We're scared to go to work, stores, parks, and schools. If we do go, we go with the fear of not making it back home. Nobody should have to go through this. Families shouldn't have to worry if their loved one is going to make it home tonight. These masked men don't just target individuals, they traumatize neighborhoods. When fear replaces trust, public safety collapses. What are we telling the 10-year-old little girl whose mom didn't come home from work? Or what are you telling the innocent parent that is going to work in fear of him not coming back and seeing his family? Today, I speak not in just defense of our immigration community, but also in the defense of our shared future. We need to adopt more sanctuary policies that limit cooperation of ICE. I urge the city of Thousand Oaks and local businesses and residents to support organizations like the 805 Immigrant Response Network and Buen Vecino, who protect, defend, and serve our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Orozco. Appreciate it. And again, my apologies for confusion on the names. The next three speakers are Katie Yant, Hayden Martinez, and Marissa Pichai. Ms. Yant, good evening.
Hello. Hi, everybody. I'm here because, my name's Katie Yant. I'm from Newbury Park. I have lived in the community for about 30 years, raised my family here, and I'm very involved in different things. Right now, I'm volunteering with the library, and I volunteer with the Civic Arts Plaza, and I help out with lots of local things like the Democratic Club of Conejo Valley. But I'm here because I'm pretty much sickened and outraged by the fact that people live in fear in our community, and people are afraid to go outside, and it just seems so wrong that people are just snatching people off the streets. People have masks, unmarked cars. There's no due process. People are being pulled away from their families. People are living in fear. So I'm just standing here to stand in solidarity with my neighbors and friends. I'm going to be getting more involved in helping out with a rapid response team, but I want us as a city to be on board with having a stance on this and being vocally saying we're not going to be cooperating with ICE, because I feel like anybody could dress up as somebody who's, ICE, because they don't show any ID. It's just terrifying. So we need some accountability. We need some more respect. And and I just have a lot of strong feelings about this, so I'm glad I was able to come here and tell you how I feel. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next three speakers are Hayden Martinez, followed by Marissa Pichai, and Joseph Alfano. Hayden Martinez,
Yes.
good evening.
Hi there. My name is Hayden Martinez, and I'm in the 11th grade in Ojai, California. I am a member of the Ventura County Junior Fair Board. The Junior Fair Board is an organization for high school students throughout Ventura County focused on youth leadership development and community engagement. During the fair, we put on classic games like watermelon eating and karaoke. I am here on behalf of the Ventura County Fair to present the official 2025 fair poster. It was drawn by Kayleen Kwa. She is a fourth grader from Camarillo. Her poster was selected among over 200 poster submissions. We are excited for the concert lineup for the fair, which is July 30th, Beach Block Party featuring Tone Lock, Ying Yang Twins, and more. July 31st, Diplo. August 1st, Dirty Heads. August 2nd, Lee Bryce. August 3rd, Dia de la Familia. August 4th, Flo Rida. August 5th, Dylan Scott. August 6th, Scotty McCreary. And 3 days of rodeo, August 8th through the 10th. We also have special admission days, Wednesday, July 30th, for $5 before 5 p.m. Friday, August 1st is Youth Day. Tuesday, August 5th is Seniors and Persons with Disabilities Day. Wednesday, August 6th is VCCU Member Day. Thursday, August 7th is Community Heroes Day. Friday, August 8th is Food Share Day. We hope to see you all at the fair.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your bringing that to us. And again, the fair dates are July 30th through August 10th?
Yes.
Great, thank you very much. We
Thank you.
appreciate your coming here. Next up is, I'm just going to say Marisa and apologize for
Good evening.
butchering your name. The next two speakers after that are Joseph Alfano and Melissa Soriano. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Marisa Pichi. I've been a resident of Thousand Oaks for over 25 years. I come here today not to speak with you with a written speech, but to speak to you from the language of the heart. ICE is terrorizing our community. My mother is 88 years old. My mother has Alzheimer's, late stage Alzheimer's. She had caregivers that need to take care of her because she needs 24-hour care. These caregivers that have been vetted, that are US citizens, are not showing up to care for her. You know why? Because they're scared to come into this community. I never thought in a million years that I would see the day where Thousand Oaks, California would be terrorized by masked men who don't identify themselves, that pull people, individuals, into their cars and take them away. And God knows where they go, because I don't know. But I can tell you this, it is affecting directly this community, and it is not acceptable. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Ms. PJ, thank you, Ms. PJ, for your comments. Next up is Joseph Alfano, followed by Melissa Soriano, and then Jill Elsamore. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Joseph Alfano, and I'm a community member here in Newbury Park. Looking at the agenda, I see that we're declaring a public emergency for the Link Road sinkhole and storm drain replacement. I'm glad we have our priorities straight. I'm glad that we're in line with the voices of our community because we're ignoring, of course, the bigger public emergency that everyone's speaking to. We should be ashamed of letting these people come into our community and impugn our civil rights at their own will. We should be ashamed that they're staying at the Courtyard Marriott right now in Newbury Park and getting up every morning to kidnap our citizens. We should be ashamed and angry that people are driving around, full citizens, with their papers in the passenger seat, so in case they get pulled over by an ICE agent. who they don't know what they look like. We should be ashamed they're changing their license plates every day so they can't be tracked, and we do nothing. We should be ashamed that the sheriffs and police departments are coming 3 cars at a time if ICE agents call that they're being legally observed to make sure that we can't do the work to defend our community. We should be ashamed that we aren't prioritizing defending the people that live here. So that's why I ask, just like others, that we make a legal defense fund for those arrested by ICE with no warrant, no civil rights given, and we also, as a city, host and propagate Know Your Rights demonstrations in our public spaces. I also ask that we have a strict no cooperation policy. ICE not allowed on city property. ICE not allowed on police property. ICE not allowed to operate with our protection. They should feel half as terrified as we do.
Thank you. Our next, please hold your applause. Our next speaker is Melissa Soriano, followed by Jill Elsamore and Irene Rowland. Good evening.
Good evening. Hello. My name is Melissa Soriano. I'm a resident of Conejo Valley and a community advocate with VC Defensa. Today, I speak to address the urgent issue of immigration enforcement in our community. While immigration is often labeled a federal responsibility, recent events reveal how reckless and harmful these policies have become. Just look at what happened yesterday at MacArthur Park, a disturbing display of injustice. What we witnessed was not normal enforcement. It was a clear example of unlawful and immoral behavior that will continue if we stay silent. Let's be honest, these are not enforcement actions. They are plainly kidnappings. To pursue claims in such conditions shows a disregard for both the law and fundamental human dignity. We have sworn to uphold the U.S. and California constitutions and to protect the rights of those we serve. What's happening now betrays that duty. ICE has recently received a massive budget increase, expanding operations rapidly that makes it even more urgent for us to ensure Thousand Oaks remains a safe place for all residents, regardless of immigration status. This means no collaboration with federal raids or tactics that disrupt and endanger our city. Our local police, including the Ventura County Sheriff's Department, must not participate in or enable these harmful practices. We must stop funding efforts that violate our values and our laws. As one of the safest cities in America, we should be proud and we must be prepared. The time for complacency is over. Let's make sure Thousand Oaks is a city that protects and serves everyone, no matter their background. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will be hearing from Jill Elsamore, followed by Irene Rowland and Pamela Lopez. Ms. Elsamore, good evening.
Thank you, council members, city attorney, Mayor Gutierrez, wherever you are. My name is Jill Elsamore, and I'm a credentialed teacher in the school district. Actually, I'm a sub, but can I get a little love for subs? You know, it's all right. It's all right. It's okay. But I take an oath as part of that position to the U.S. Constitution, and I don't take it lightly. And when I see things happening in my community, I feel the need to stand up. And I'm here not representing the school district. I'm not representing the kids in the classroom or even my own children, but these families that are too afraid to speak. They're too afraid to leave their homes. They need protection. My son's one of his best friends. He walks everywhere. He walks in Newbury Park. He walked all the way to Simi Valley. I don't know. He's a teenager, but he's scared now. And he still walks, and I saw him carrying the groceries from his house, from their office to the house, and he carries his passport now. He carries his U.S. passport inside the United States. There's something wrong. You guys, we need to fix it. Ladies, we need to fix it. People, we need to fix this. On June 13th, my family friend and her children woke up to screaming. In the early hours of the morning, ICE had come to Las Casitas in Newbury Park, and they were taking people that always are there, that have jobs, that get picked up by the company trucks and the cleaners' cars every morning, so they knew exactly where they would be, and they took them. People were screaming so that they would shut their doors and not answer them, and her kids have heard all of this. There is trauma that we don't even know about, Now this mom is scared to go to work. She's scared to go to church with me. She doesn't want me to take her because she says that's against the law. She doesn't know what to do. So we can do better, Thousand Oaks. We can do better, Newbury Park. We can do better, Conejo Valley. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next three speakers are Irene Rowland, then Pamela Lopez, then Ava Castro. Ms. Rowland, good evening.
So many tragic stories tonight, one after another after another. Good evening, Council. My name is Irene Rowland. I've lived here for 35 years in the Conejo Valley. I'm deeply concerned about the undercurrent of danger that now grips our neighborhoods due to current ICE operations. I'm here because I, as a 35-year member of this community, was detained by 3 Ventura sheriff for simply taking care of my community. What is wrong with that? Plenty. Do we really want a police state, activities rolling through Conejo Creek Park, as we saw yesterday at MacArthur Park, past our sacred memorial to the borderline tragedy, and the other beautiful park systems that we have here in our community that bring us together? When school starts in the fall, administrators have been prepped and crisis personnel assigned to handle ICE presence. These agents have been videotaped at Pico Rivera High School urinating on school grounds with elementary schools in summer session observing. They're tasing compliant individuals in Walmarts in New Mexico. Do we want our children traumatized by witnessing their neighbors violated and abducted? Let me be clear. Without follow-through or support by city officials, this is how communities fracture. There were 3,000 protesters on the corner of Moore Park and Lynn on June 14th. When they figure out what's been going on here, they're going to be here when session resumes in August. And they're going to be mad. People are waking up. You have tools at your disposal. These agents are in our local hotels, as mentioned by prior community members, and they're lodging here. And I'm asking you to use the California innkeeper statute to invoke their removal from these locations. And I urge you—
Ms. Rowland, if you could please wrap up your remarks.
I'm wrapping it up, sir.
Thank you.
So in wrapping up, you took an oath to serve and protect all residents in the city. The community is watching. History is watching. I urge you to act. Continue to make Thousand Oaks a place where every family is safe. Thank you.
Thank you. We move now to Pamela Lopez, followed by Ava Castro, followed by Liz Hoskinson. Ms. Lopez, good evening.
Good evening. Hello, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is— I'm sorry for my voice. It does that. My name is Pamela Lopez. I'm a 25-year member of Thousand Oaks Westlake Village. Thousand Oaks has the reputation of being one of the safest cities in the country. Over the past few weeks, that feeling of safety has vanished and been replaced with palpable fear. To think that this fear is created by the President of the United States is beyond horrifying. Every one of us should be seriously alarmed. I was at the Thousand Oaks Mall over the weekend and saw the most diverse crowd of people imaginable, every race, every ethnicity. I looked around and worried about my neighbors. We are all in this together. If we are not immigrants or from families who recently immigrated, be sure that the actions impact all of us, because the people being abducted by masked, armed, unidentified thugs are caregivers for our children and parents. They are our gardeners, laborers, housekeepers, restaurant workers, entertainers, accountants, teachers, doctors, lawyers, and public officials. They are our neighbors. We must not stand by and witness our country's descent into authoritarianism right before our eyes. We must be the people to say, no, not on our watch. Thank you.
Thank you. The next three speakers are Eva Castro, Liz Hoskinson, and Dory Foch. Ms. Castro, good evening.
Hi, my name is Eva Castro. I'm from the Conejo Valley, an ACSW. So this city prides itself on being a safe city. But who is that safety really for? Which families does that apply to? Because families are not safe. They're being ambushed at dawn, traumatized, while your deputies assist or turn a blind eye. That's not public safety. That's state-sponsored harm. You blame the supremacy clause like your hands are tied, but they're not. Cities in California have ended their contracts with ICE, and so could you if you actually cared. This isn't about federal law, it's about local will. Your morality, whether you're willing to stand up for the people who live, work, and raise families here, or if you'd rather appease federal agencies that operate like an occupying force. We're not asking for performative empathy. We're demanding accountability. At the last meeting, you reminded us it's a federal issue, like we don't already know that. We didn't need a civics lesson. We needed courage. But all you offered was compliance. What you really meant is, it's not really your problem. But when your badge, your silence, and your title reinforces state violence, it is your problem. Don't weaponize your identity to excuse inaction. So no, this is not a safe city, not when families live in fear, not when city officials shrug off their responsibility, and not when family values only apply to documented suburban families. If this is your definition of safety, then we need to call out what it really is. Whitewashed oppression hidden behind good branding. And I know, contrary to a lot of belief here, I voted for Ty Gutierrez, but that was not solidarity. That's self-preservation disguised as representation. Shame.
Thank you. The next three speakers are Liz Hoskinson, Dory Foch, and Ariel Andalon. Ms. Hoskinson, good evening.
Hi, I'm Liz Hoskinson, and I have lived in Thousand Oaks since 1963. I've been here a long time, and I've seen a lot of things. And I'm using my white privilege today to read for someone who is afraid to speak. And my voice is a little shaky because I can't believe that people have to be afraid in this community. Yet here we are. Buenas tardes. My name is Jackie. I grew up in Thousand Oaks, a quiet, beautiful city. But from a young age, I carried heavy responsibilities. Like many of my friends, I had to learn English quickly, not just for school, but for our families. We became the translators for phone calls, bills, doctor visits, and everyday life. Today, there's a phrase that echoes in the daily conversations of Mexican families. People are disappearing, not because they've done something wrong, but because of how we look and the language we speak. Many have the privilege to carry on and choose to turn a blind eye, but it bewilders me. How can you? Do you not see and hear the despair that continues to shatter thousands of families across this country? People are afraid to go to work, take their kids to school, or even open their doors. Now we hear about bounty hunters, not even law enforcement, kidnapping fathers, neighbors, people from our community. How did this become normal? How are we letting this happen? There is real fear in our neighborhoods, not just stress, not just worry, but a deep, quiet fear. Something's changed. It feels like being brown has become a countdown, as if we're walking around with invisible timers, not knowing what ICE will take us next.
Thank you. We go next to Dory Foch, then Ariel Andalon, then Cristina Hernandez. Ms. Foch, good evening.
Good evening, council members. My name is Dory Foch, and I have lived in Thousand Oaks for 30 years. My husband, Chris, and I chose this community because it was a safe place as when he started working at Amgen. My career, however, has always been as a lay staff for the United Methodist Churches in Southern California, and thus the reason that I know so many wonderful immigrant families. It is here, though, in Thousand Oaks, where we have raised our 3 children because of all of that. When it was time for our twins to go to preschool, I decided to enroll them in the NFL preschool because I had been advised by a friend and learned that many of the children enrolled were from our Spanish-speaking community. I wanted our kids to make friends from different ethnic groups because we were all living in the same community. The double bonus for me, since it was a co-op preschool, I was able to not only learn from the pre-K teachers who were bilingual and some of them were immigrants, but I also learned from the other mothers side by side, even though we could not speak the same language. But there's too much good history to go in between then and the 20 years from now. But my son, who is here with me, who is now 22, is here to support a very good friend, Jesus, who just spoke as an immigrant. While they did not meet during preschool, they met later in our youth group, and there's other people from our old youth group here as well. It was indeed because of God showing me the goodness of our immigrant community that my family stands today in strong solidarity with our immigrant community. I am here today to speak up against the awful policies that our federal government is doing that is doing great harm to our local immigrant community who deserves respect, dignity, and justice instead of the real fear that is going on with mass deportations. So many of our immigrant friends and neighbors have poured their lives into working into our community. So many have been here for decades. They deserve our advocacy and support in this community and trying to get our government to work together across the aisles to come up with a better and more compassionate plan for immigration reform.
Ms. Foch, I'm sorry, I need to stop you at that point. Thank you very much. Next are Ariel Andalon, Christina Hernandez, and Allison Murphy. Ms. Andalon, good evening.
Good evening, Council. My name is Ariel Andalon. I work as an oncology physician assistant here in Ventura County, and I've lived in Newbury Park for most of the last 29 years of my life. And I will say that growing up here as a Latina was isolating. And that is a sentiment that's been echoed by most every Latino I've spoken to in Newbury Park. It's something I've seen in many spaces I've been in, where kids don't know how to talk to someone who's not in the same class as them, or adults don't want to talk to people who don't speak the same language as them. And I have to imagine, because I believe that most people want to do right by others, that quiet hostility and segregation do not constitute the kind of environment that you, as leaders, want to foster in this small, safe, family-oriented town. I have to believe that you and most people do not want the patients who come to get chemotherapy and other cancer treatments at the clinics I work at to not get life-saving health care. Due to fear. Due to them internalizing the unspoken message I've grown up with that people do not have their backs because they do not belong to this community. And so I asked myself, what can you all as a governing body do to change this? I believe there are 3 ways that we can increase focus of sheriff resources on this city and not on helping ICE terrorize our community. 1, we can increase accessibility to street vending, which includes reducing the price of street vending permits, similar to the city of LA, who recently lowered them to $27.51. We do not need 2 or 3 sheriff cruisers circling the block for an hour before coming over to harass a fruit vendor on Teo Boulevard. That is not a productive use of resources. $1.7 million in the county spent on a pilot program to crack down on food vendors is not a productive use of resources. We must decline to cooperate with ICE, including allowing them access to sheriff or police facilities for staging, and giving them information to apprehend people being released from county jail.
Ms. Andalon, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can you make your 3rd point?
Yes.
And then I need to move on.
And then thirdly, we must disallow ICE from entering any city or county-owned property. I hope this is not the end of the conversation. I hope you all will ask yourself the question how you can fulfill your stated moral and civic imperative to serve, represent, and protect every single one of us every single day over your recess. Thank you.
Thank you. We move next to Christina Hernandez, Allison Murphy, and Holly. Ms. Hernandez, good evening.
Good evening. My name is Christina Hernandez. My grandmother was a resident of Conejo Valley. My 85-year-old mother attended Conejo Elementary School, as did I and my 8 siblings. We are third-generation residents. We have always been proud to say we live in the Conejo Valley. That is, until recently. ICE has terrorized the city, literally dragging people out of their cars at gas stations and intersections. Undocumented immigrants are human beings. There are fathers, mothers, homeowners, and small business owners, all who are being treated worse than animals. They fear for their safety, all while Thousand Oaks City Council members sit back and do nothing. Yesterday, I heard about Angel Calvillo Avila, a father of 2 small children and the sole provider for his household. On July 3rd, he was taken by ICE on his way to work. While in detention, his wife was given 3 minutes to see her husband. When she saw him, she was appalled at what she saw. His face was bruised. He was beaten, tasered, and forced to sign deportation papers. This is what ICE is doing. What are you going to do? Thank you.
Thank you. We hear next from Allison Murphy, followed by Holly, followed by Stacy Gaylor. Ms. Murphy, good evening.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Allison Murphy, and I've lived in this community my entire life for 30 years. I'm a proud member and equally proud to be the descendants of immigrants who came here in search of safety and opportunity. Today, I'm here because of the immigrant neighbors and workers in our community who are living in fear. The presence of ICE operations detaining people in our neighborhoods and separating families is creating a climate of fear and trauma and silence. Children will be going back to school in August, and many will be afraid to go to school. Families are scared to seek medical care, and people who contribute to this community every single day are being treated like they don't belong here. This isn't just an immigration issue, it is a human rights one, and it demands action. I'm asking you, as city council members, what will you do to stand in solidarity? How will you protect those in our community who are scared and afraid? Will you stand in solidarity with them? Will you protect them regardless of their status? Will you come together with our community and protect them? Silence is complicity. I urge you to lead with courage, compassion, and clarity, because this community is watching every single one of you. It is watching, and we deserve to know where every single one of you stand. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we hear from Holly, then Stacy Gaylor, then Yaretsi Alvarez. Holly, good evening.
Good evening. My name is Holly, and I have lived in this community for 28 years. 1 week ago, on a Tuesday morning, during my usual run with a friend, we noticed something we never thought we would ever see in our neighborhood. 4 masked men, armed with assault-style weapons, forcefully arresting a man on the corner of our neighborhood and on a street. Their vehicles were unmarked. Their presence was menacing. It felt more like a military raid than a law enforcement action. Is this what we've become? A community where fear walks beside us in broad daylight? It's not normal, and it's not right. I never imagined I would compare my hometown to 1930s Germany, but today I cannot ignore the parallels. State-sanctioned fear, racial targeting, neighbors afraid to leave their homes. Have we forgotten the lessons of history? What happened to give me you're tired, you're poor,
your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. What happened to love thy neighbor? I believe there is a better way rooted in dignity, fairness, and humanity. So today I'm speaking up. I'm using my voice and my privilege as an American citizen to stand for those who can't. I refuse to look away. I refuse to be silent. To my neighbors, my friends, my community, I ask you, will you stand with me?
Thank you. We hear next from Stacy Gaylor, then Yaretsi Alvarez, and Jennifer Quintero. Ms. Gaylor, good evening.
Hi. My husband and I both grew up in Westlake Village, and we were lucky to raise all three of our children here. Every day, we're thankful to live in such a safe, wonderful, tight-knit community that I often hear referred to as our bubble. But last week, for the first time, it felt unsafe. On our usual run around the lake, Holly and I witnessed something I never thought I would see, especially in our bubble. It felt dystopian. On the Darrow Canyon Road, just across from this first neighborhood, we watched masked, unidentified gunmen in unmarked cars as they pulled a man from his car and hauled him away. They wore no uniforms, plain hats that you could have bought on Amazon, nothing to identify them except a small patch that said police, and they were carrying assault-style rifles. They said someone was arrested, and we asked for what, but we got no answer. We were told that ICE would target drug dealers, gang members, and violent criminals. Instead, ICE is raiding the car wash on Teal Boulevard and indiscriminately hauling people away. These raids are making our neighborhood less safe for everyone. Who benefits when residents are terrorized and families are torn apart? For what purpose? We can't let this scene become a normal part of a run around the lake. That was not a normal traffic stop. I've been pulled over. Police identify themselves. They wear uniforms and badges for a reason. You can see their faces. They don't point assault rifles at you. What do you do if you're pulled over by these secret police? How can you know that they aren't unauthorized armed men in Amazon hats? This is dangerous for so many reasons. What if the next time it's your spouse or your child arrested by masked gunmen, their car left on the side of the road while you worry where they are and why they didn't come home? After witnessing this, I cannot ignore that it's happening to someone's spouse, someone's child right now in our bubble. It's here, and we cannot pretend it's not, and we cannot normalize it.
Ms. Gaylor, thank you for your comments. We move next to Yaretsi Alvarez, then Jennifer Quintero, and Rachel Gubner. And Ms. Alvarez, I apologize if I mangled your first name. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you. Hello, my name is Yaretsi Alvarez, and I have been a resident of Thousand Oaks my entire life. Thank you for giving us all the opportunity to speak and for attentively listening. I am here today to speak on behalf of a concerned mother. A resilient young mother of 4 is navigating one of the most difficult periods of her life after her husband was detained on February 3rd, 2025, during a routine appointment to renew his work permit. During that appointment, he was detained and deported by immigration authorities. Overnight, she became the sole provider and emotional anchor for her children while still working full-time. She is struggling, especially having to be a single parent with a son with autism, another son with ADHD, and facing immense financial and emotional challenges. With little support and mounting responsibilities, she juggles multiple roles: parent, breadwinner, and caregiver. While trying to maintain stability for her family, despite the fear, uncertainty, and heartbreak, she remains determined to keep her children safe, supported, and hopeful for a better future. Thank you for listening. I'm sorry I did not share my name. I am too afraid. I'd like to remind you that this is just one story. There are many others in similar situations, and they all need to know that their local government cares. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Moving on to Jennifer Quintero, then Rachel Gubner, and Laura Cruz. Ms. Quintero, good evening.
Hello, thank you. My name's Jenny, and I'm a Thousand Oaks resident.
I'm 20 years old, and I've quite literally spent my entire life here, more specifically on Teal Boulevard, just a 5-minute walk. And I've always felt safe, but I've never seen my community suffer like this. I've never felt so much anger, sadness, fear, and frustration. And I do want to preface this by saying that I know, and we all know, that this is a federal issue. We know that you guys can't just stop this. However, that doesn't mean that you can just sit back with your arms crossed and wipe your hands clean of the chaos ripping through our community. Frankly, it's kind of a lousy excuse to stay silent. You are all in a position of power, and as elected officials, it is your time to step up. I, along with other concerned citizens, are waking up at 4, 5 in the morning to patrol our neighborhoods. We're spending hours driving around and distributing Know Your Rights information, red cards, and flyers to vulnerable populations and business owners in Thousand Oaks. And people are helping package and deliver food boxes to families that are too scared to simply go to the grocery store. 805 Undock and VC Defensa have mobilized our community by creating hotlines and rapid response networks, to which I volunteer for. And the things I've seen from ICE and just all the illegal stuff that they're doing is insane. And again, I know, we all know that you guys can't just put a stop to this, but there are things that you all can do. You can do stuff for our community. Volunteer with us. Join the fight against ICE. We want to see you out there in our communities patrolling. Come with us. Come send.
Please hold your applause. Thank you.
Sorry, just one more thing. We want you out there, and we know that you guys have the ability and the privilege to come and spend at least 1 hour a week. Come with us to Teal Boulevard and see what is actually being experienced by our community.
Thank you.
One more thing.
I'm sorry, but I have to stop you at that point.
I just want to say that we as concerned citizens have stepped up, and now it's your shot.
Thank you. Appreciate it. It gives me no pleasure at all to have to cut people off, but I want to make sure that everyone has the same amount of time to speak and has the ability to speak without interruption. So if we can respect what everyone is saying and listen respectfully, I think that would help us all. Thank you. Ms. Gubner, good evening.
Hi, my name is Rachel Gubner, and I am a lifelong resident of Thousand Oaks. Everybody needs to be talking about what's going on, yet it feels like nobody actually is. There are too many white people sitting back in silence as this country crumbles to pieces. The only way to make a change is to actually make the change. We the people have the power, and it is up to us to restore it when those in power take advantage of their positions. The current administration is performing illegal act after illegal act in front of everyone's faces, and nobody is doing anything about it. According to the Deportation Data Project, more than half of the people being detained in the U.S. do not have a criminal record. We are watching innocent and hardworking people be ripped away from their loving families and sending everyday men, women, and children to literal concentration camps. We the people are asking for help, and respectfully, we are sick and tired of being told that all we can do is call our representatives and ask for their support. I can't even believe we're in the position of asking humans to have empathy for other humans, but here we are. Our representatives are being bought out by the administration and selling out our rights by the second. So again, Council, we politely and urgently ask you to do everything in your power to show up not only for the people of the city, but for California and the rest of the country as well. We know there are things you all can be doing, such as following in the city of Glendale's footsteps and terminating their agreement with the U.S. Homeland Security and U.S. Immigrations and Customs organizations, and cutting ties with them immediately. Glendale is avidly against working with ICE and makes it known to its residents, and we as the people of Thousand Oaks recognize this and urge the Council to implement this plan as well. It is not enough for just us to speak out against ICE and be patrolling these streets that our own military are supposed to protect, but instead have driven through on their way to terrorize innocent civilians. We need to come together as a community, and we need the city to actually stand up for its people. It is for the benefit and safety of all of those being taken illegally, inhumanely, and unjustifiably by ICE that the steps be taken to put a stop to the atrocities currently going on in this country. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we hear from Laura Cruz, followed by Kyle Rohrbach, followed by Edward Nielsen. Ms. Cruz, good evening.
Good evening. My name is Laura Cruz, and I currently reside in Oak Park and have for 10 years. I'd like to thank you for maintaining a beautiful city and community here. I've always felt very safe, and I pride myself in being a part of this community. Your efforts do not go unnoticed. However, I am concerned about the lack of urgency and action in this civil rights issue. This was made evident when 4 council members stood behind the words of the only woman of color on this council. While I do appreciate allowing Councilwoman Gutierrez the platform to speak, I was troubled by the fact it was only she who had a statement prepared. The only conclusion my fellow citizens and I can come to is that this council is hiding behind the words of the only minority on it, and by doing so would free you from any accountability or responsibility. I also wish to address Mayor Newman and your response that every person in this community deserves safety. With this, I do agree. However, the sentiment is undercut by your insistence that this is a federal issue and essentially saying there's nothing you can do. Mayor Newman, anyone can be taught what they can't do. Even children are taught the meaning of no. An understanding of this council's boundaries is not a quality unique to you. We as Americans did not make it to the moon by focusing on our lack of wings and dependence on air. We did it through intelligence, resourcefulness, and creativity. So far as I'm aware, you all have excelled in running and maintaining a thriving community up until now. Times are changing very quickly, and as leaders of this community, we need you to adapt. I'm holding you all to the assertion that our entire community is deserving of safety. Actions speak louder than words, and I would like firm examples of the steps you are taking to maintain the safety and well-being of all of our citizens. What are you doing to ensure these mass terrorists are in fact ICE agents and not civilians? How are you preventing civilians posing as ICE from committing felonies by kidnapping our neighbors? How are you ensuring workers are able to safely go to work as this affects our local economy? How are you supporting small businesses here to ensure that their workers and customers are safe? Lastly, I'd like to give you a gentle reminder. You are not owed your seat up there. You have to earn it. And as the city of Thousand Oaks so firmly demonstrated, there are no kings here, so earn it.
Thank you. Next up is Kyle Rohrbach, followed by Edward Nielsen and Rosanna Guerra. Mr. Rohrbach, good evening.
Kyle Rohrbach, Thousand Oaks. Good evening, Mayor, council members, city staff. I'm going to start by sharing a few quotes pulled directly from written records and eyewitness accounts. Quote, they operated without judicial oversight, detaining people arbitrarily. Quote, raids carried out in the dead of night, no warning given. Quote, they relied on widespread fear, informants, and raids to maintain control. That first quote was from the Holocaust Memorial Museum, second from World War II historian, third from the Holocaust Encyclopedia. As you can surmise, these are the recorded tactics describing the Gestapo. Today, these same tactics are being used by ICE right here in Thousand Oaks. And we know they are not targeting dangerous criminals. They are targeting our neighbors, people who work here, people who raise their children here, who contribute every day to the fabric of this city. And I am aware that the Ventura County Sheriff's Office, the agency this city contracts with to protect public safety, is supporting ICE by allowing them to store vehicles and equipment on sheriff property, which means city tax dollars, and many of yours, are subsidizing operations that have no regard for the law, and worse, no regard for human dignity. So I'm asking this council to take a clear, public, and official stand, declare that the city of Thousand Oaks has not, does not, and will not participate or coordinate in any way in ICE operations, and to formally inform the sheriff's office that this city does not want ICE aided on any county property that's within our city limits. I am well aware that there is only so much that you can do, and it would be easy to sit on the sidelines believing it's not our problem to solve. But I also know that history does not look kindly upon indifference. And I want to live in a city that has, frankly, always stood for something better. So if there truly is only a marginal amount that this body can do to affect change, I expect you to do it. And an increasing number of your residents require it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers are Edward Nielsen, then Rosanna Guerra, then Janie Alberg. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Edward Nielsen, live in Westlake Village. I've lived in many places in the world, seen many people, been to many places, and the diversity is our strength. We need to stand with our neighbors, with our friends, with our coworkers, and we need to stand up to the ICE bully. It is now an internal military force terrorizing our nation. They are violating the Constitution, the Fourth Amendment, no warrants, no probable cause. They are using skin color as probable cause. That is not legal. It is unconstitutional, and it is up to us to stand up against that. Whatever our role, I would ask that when these thugs invade our city, that you ask your officers to be present and demand that these ICE officers, if they are ICE officers who have also taken an oath to the Constitution, I would ask that your officers be present to demand that they identify themselves, that they demand that those officers have judicial warrants, because that is the bare minimum. You have an oath to the Constitution, they have an oath to the Constitution, and kidnapping and disappearing people off the streets is blatantly unconstitutional and illegal, and all of us must stand up to it and do what we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers are Rosanna Guerra, followed by Janie Alberg, followed by Willie Lupka. Ms. Guerra, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Newman and City Council members. My name is Rosanna Guerra, and I am a 32-year resident of the city of Thousand Oaks. I witnessed yesterday the militarization of a community park by ICE and the National Guard parading through the streets, arms drawn, with only youth campers to witness. I hope that you were as repulsed as I was by the tactics displayed by the Immigration, Customs, and Enforcement Department that happened at MacArthur Park. The response by the mayor of Los Angeles was swift in demanding that they leave immediately from the park, which they complied with. Later, an official stated that he doesn't report to the mayor of Los Angeles, he doesn't follow her orders, and for her to get used to the fact that ICE is here to stay by orders of the federal government until their mission is accomplished. Unfortunately, that official missed a lesson in his civics class, because we, the people, in the U.S. Constitution signifies that government's power originates from citizens establishing the principle of popular sovereignty. All of us are the federal government. Originally, the proposed amplification by ICE was directed at known undocumented criminals. As we all know by witness accounts, documented legal residents and even citizens have been racially profiled and disappeared. I thank our representatives that went to a press conference held at the Ventura Government Center to condemn the assault on our immigrant community. Bringing it to Thousand Oaks, each one of your areas has been affected. Las Casitas, Lindero, CLU. There was a woman that was on Thousand Oaks Boulevard that was almost kidnapped. Local businesses have been affected for fear of abduction. So I have an ask. A strong city stance of non-cooperation with ICE, support for the Legal Defense Fund, support proposed by Supervisor Lopez to help families impacted by immigration enforcement, adoption of LAPD-style guidelines to de-escalate ICE-related confrontation, adoption of the resolution initiated by the City of Ventura called CARE. This resolution establishes the city as a safe
Guerra,
space.
I need to stop you at this point. Thank you.
Okay, and one more ask. A community forum just like the one that was done last week at, by the City of Moore Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final two in-person speakers here are Janie Alberg and Willie Lupka, and then we have a few speakers remotely on video. Ms. Alberg, good evening.
Good evening. I'm a child of immigrants, and this hits home. I know that there is a lot that you can't control, and I know that you can kick the can and say this is a federal issue. But actions speak louder than words, and you can make an official statement, you can make a resolution, you can get creative. We've had 170 days of this administration, and we have 1,200 more to go. This just started. We're not bloody yet, and it's gonna get bloody, and we need to do something about it. Get creative. You talk every meeting about how great the staff is And they are. Get creative. Print Know Your Rights info for the community so that organizations don't have to spend thousands and hundreds of dollars to print them out. Print red cards for the community. Provide private property signs for businesses or no trespassing signs. I don't know, get a missing persons website out there. Put some information on your city website, on the city council website. Do more. We are begging you to do more. Help with this legal defense fund. Guidelines, resolutions, community forum. We are all in this bubble of Thousand Oaks, and it's going to burst, and it's not going to be fun when it does. Do something now. Be proactive, not reactive. Thank you.
Thank you. We hear next from Willie Lubka, and we do have one more in-person speaker after that, which is Dan Tweed. Mr. Lubka, good evening.
Good evening. My name is Willie Lubka. I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks. I am proud of my community tonight. What a beautiful outpouring. Thank you, people. I'm a member of an organization called Buen Vecino, which means good neighbor. We're on the steering committee of the 805 Immigrant Rapid Response Network, a community-led initiative that provides support to neighbors facing immigration enforcement actions. Our trained volunteers respond to immigration enforcement activity to serve as eyewitnesses, provide Know Your Rights education, and assist impacted individuals and families. We urge the City of Thousand Oaks to address the devastating harm being caused by aggressive gangs of masked bullies roving around our town, behaving as if we're living under an authoritarian police state where federal government forces are free to operate outside the bounds of regular legal procedures, engage in racial profiling, arbitrary arrests, intimidation, and violence, and endanger the well-being of the entire general public. We want our leaders to protect public safety and ensure accountability for lawless actions and violence committed in our town. Don't just shrug your shoulders. Protect us. Ensure accountability. Please. Look at the CARE resolution adopted in Ventura. Call on the County of Ventura to prohibit taxpayer dollars from being used for immigration enforcement, prohibit voluntary notifications of release dates or facilitating transfers to ICE, direct the city manager to establish an emergency assistance fund for families impacted by immigration enforcement who need lawyers and can't afford them. The Los Angeles City Council unanimously voted to prohibit any city resources from being utilized for immigration enforcement. You should too. The City of Long Beach published the Long Beach Values Act Resource Guide for community members and established a justice fund for immigrants in their community. Follow the lead of these and other cities, including Santa Ana, Pasadena. Become a Fourth Amendment city to protect city staff and residents from unreasonable searches and seizures. Most importantly, don't do nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. We go next to Dan Tweed. Good evening, Mr. Tweed.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and engaged residents. I love it that we have a civically engaged community. That's so important. I will be part of the Council on Aging ceremony, I guess, but I just wanted to put in my word what a valuable time it was for me to fill in a vacancy on that commission, and I want to thank the people that are called to serve that way. That's a great, valuable commission. And along the lines of aging-related news, there is a new video game. Well, it's a phone game called Longevity Escape Velocity. It's the game, and it's a Android-based game you can download. Basically, it lets you make choices to see if you might live long enough to live indefinitely, which the way technology is accelerating, this is a real thing on the horizon for all of us who are aging. So you can find that at the Transhumanist Party website, which is transhumanist-party.org. It'll be featured there, and our chairman just got back from the Longevity Summit in Dublin, which is an annual event, very interesting event. The other thing I wanted to mention briefly is that when the federal government mistreats you, you might think about seceding from their currency. This is a goldback. put it on the camera. 8 states have issued these. That one is a 1 Goldbeck. It's 1/1000th of an ounce of 24 karat gold. It doesn't lose half its value like your regular dollar does every 6 years in your wallet. So I think this is one thing we can do to assert our community independence from not just Wall Street, but from Washington Street, as it were. So they also have the function of being different sizes, so just visually impaired people can tell which is a smaller and bigger denomination. So that's my time. Thanks.
Thank you. We have 7 public speakers remotely, beginning with Gabe Turan. Good evening, Mr. Turan.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Council, members of the public. My name is Gabe Turan, and I currently serve as Mayor Pro Tem in the city of Oxnard. I'm speaking as an individual tonight, but wanted to provide you with some information. First and foremost, I would be remiss if I didn't thank all of the speakers who came and stood with their fellow community members in what's occurring throughout our community, throughout Ventura County. Oxnard is also not immune to it, so thank you all. I'll offer to the council any collaborative or continued discussion you'd like to take. I'd be happy to continue those conversations. I'm here to speak to you tonight, though, about something that is affecting the Oxnard community. We have these nitrous oxide canisters. You can see how large this one is, about the size of a small fire extinguisher. I have a much larger one here, and one even larger than this that I have found throughout our community. I have about a dozen of these. I've never purchased one. I found them in streets. I found them in curbs, in people's front lawns, and in alleys. Essentially, they are nitrous oxide canisters, which used to be about this big in the stainless steel little containers. People use them recreationally for euphoria, but it brings some physiological and neurological risks that happen with prolonged use or problematic use. As you can see, these are all flavored, and typically that is associated with a younger crowd. And the intention behind why they're sold with flavors shouldn't be lost on any consumer. We are looking at, as a council, a comprehensive prohibition on the sale of these flavored nitrous oxide canisters. I just want to let neighboring jurisdictions know to consider this, because there may be spillover or the market migrating to jurisdictions where there's less regulation or no regulation. I've emailed your city manager, the city clerk, and the mayor, as well as some additional information from our staff report. Please feel free to reach out to me directly if you have any questions at all. Thank you for this time, and thank you again to the community members who came out tonight.
Thank you very much, Mr. Turan. Appreciate your bringing that to Thousand Oaks. We move next to Danielle Bloom, then Kelly Smith. Ms. Bloom, good evening.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Thank you all for all the work that you're doing for our community and your attention to this important matter. I, like many other speakers this evening, am very concerned about these unmasked vehicles, unidentified agents, and supposed ICE officers. I'm very concerned that local law enforcement would be collaborating with them, and I'm really hoping that each of our city council members will recognize the courage it took for everyone to speak up tonight in this certain feelings right now with so much fear. What I'm asking you all is to make sure that our city has a very strong stance of non-cooperation with ICE, to support the Legal Defense Fund proposed by Supervisor Lopez, to adopt a LAPD-style guideline to de-escalate ICE-related confrontations, to host Know Your Rights workshops like they did in Moore Park, to follow the leadership in Ventura regarding the CARE resolution. We so appreciate all you're doing and look to you for your guidance. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next video speaker is Kelly Smith, followed by Milo Wagner. Ms. Smith. Kelly Smith?
She's called in. We're getting her situated right now.
Okay, I am here. Yep.
Very good. Please go
Can
ahead.
you all hear me okay?
We can hear you fine.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Great. All right, so I'm actually here to give a different take to City Council right now. I know that a lot of you all have mentioned federal jurisdiction, et cetera, and a lot of people are feeling helpless. I'm actually here to give some really clear information tonight that explains the nuances of what's happening both with the law and the people who are posing, because that's what they are, as ICE. Why should you listen to me? You definitely don't have to, but everything I'm sharing is based not only as a native Washingtonian, native to Washington, D.C., but the daughter of two civil rights lawyers, federal prosecutors to the Civil Rights Division, Department of Justice. So I understand how Washington works, and I've taken the last week to look into the nuances that actually equip you all as City Council with the ability to do something, as many people in this audience have said tonight. How do we think like lawyers, not politicians? How do we get creative and actually take action? So I want to be very clear that everything I'm sharing has also been documented by a lot of the people, same people who mentioned they're patrolling the areas. These are documented with photos. These are documented with videos. These are documentation that eventually may be used in something very similar to the Nuremberg trials, because it will very likely come to that. So this is all backed up by factual information. The men that we are seeing in Thousand Oaks are not ICE. This is why they are not identifying themselves. They can't. That would actually be impersonation. These men, and I want to be very clear about this, are private security contractors from companies like G4S and Allied Security, both of whom have federal contracts with ICE and Homeland Security. That is who they are. This is not a theory. This is not a conspiracy theory. This is pulled contract from the GSA website. The reason this is incredibly important is because these federal contracts limit their role. They limit their legal liability. And under California law, they also cannot even be deputized by our sheriffs. So they have no legal authority to make arrests, to carry weapons, or to do anything other than transport people that they take. Unless they have
Ms.
a federal
Smith,
agent.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I need to stop you at that point. Thank you very much for your comments.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't get 2 minutes.
You did.
Where's my, that's not.
That was 2 minutes. I'm sorry, but I need to stop there and move on. Next up is Milo Wagner, followed by Michael Fantuazo. Mr. Wagner, go ahead, please.
Yes, I'd like to speak up for the resolution of non-cooperation with ICE. The time to speak up is now. They are targeting California economically. Our field workers are the backbone of the agriculture that make us the fourth largest economy in the world. They're selectively enforcing, allowing backdoor deals for red states to keep their farmers, invoking language involving slavery. They're building concentration camps and gleefully talking about feeding 65 million Hispanics in America to alligators. The time to speak up is now. This is economic warfare against California. They're targeting people, keeping American citizens, people with legal work permits, which I worked at Amgen with a lot of scientists who are working here legally in America. And how long are they going before they get targeted? We can't be California and a leader in the world in technology and innovation and culture with this culture of fear, with tanks rolling through our streets in Los Angeles and the military staging with ICE. It's enough. The time to speak up is now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Michael Fantauzo, apologizing for mispronouncing your name, and then Linda Carl.
Michael is not on.
Okay, then I can butcher his name all I want. Linda Carl is next, followed by Lisa Robinson.
City Council, Administrative Staff, Community. My name is Linda Carl. I am a resident of Thousand Oaks. Today, I want to address the impact that the immigration and citizenship enforcement activities have on the community. As it is known, the Latino community is the target. However, the impact goes beyond us. Because when individuals are afraid to go to work, it means that businesses are understaffed and lose customers. When families don't have an income, it results in landlords' revenues decreasing and placing them in peril. When residents face evictions, it equals increasing rates of homelessness. That begs the questions. Does the city have a plan to ease some of the chaos and damage ICE raids are causing? Are emergency funds available to mitigate some of these community-wide harms? I leave you with those questions, and I eagerly await for some thought process and answers on it. The community deserves it. You're thinking about it and coming to a resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next, and I believe final video speaker is Lisa Robinson. Ms. Robinson, thank you for your patience. Go ahead.
Ms. Robinson needs to accept the promotion.
So Ms. Robinson, if you can hear me, please go ahead and accept that promotion, unmute yourself, and go ahead and make your statement.
She won't unmute.
Ms. Robinson, can you please unmute yourself? We can't hear you here. If you can hear me, please go ahead and unmute and make your statement. Okay.
Still nothing.
I'm sorry, but we do need to move on then. I'm going to go, before we turn to City Manager Powers, I want to go around the council to see if council members have any comments in response, and then City Manager Powers will respond as well. Yeah. So the comments, if any council member makes, must be brief and must reflect items that are on the agenda. Let's start with Councilmember Gutierrez remotely. Do you have any statement or comments to make?
Sorry, Mayor, can you clarify on agenda items?
City Manager, or City Attorney, Ms. Noonan?
Right, just a reminder, this is not an agendized item, so any comments from the council members needs to be very brief, since
Okay.
this is not an agendized item under the Brown Act.
I see. Thank you for the clarification. Mayor Newman, I guess I would like to say something. And to all of our residents and Conejo Valley neighbors who came out tonight, I'm again taken by your civic engagement, encouraged by your passion. And while I may not have the answers you are looking for, I can say without hesitation and with my full chest that I stand in solidarity. All our families are not safe, and that includes mine. I too have loved ones at risk. I have a child who feels unsafe while waiting to be picked up from summer school. And I don't need to center myself or weaponize my identity or show my proximity to the realities our community is enduring to find empathy. I share this as a choice. I share this because I don't have the privilege that some have to be silent. I ran on civic engagement, meaning bringing more community-driven conversations to the council, to this very dais, virtually or not. But not my civic engagement, yours, the residents of Conejo Valley. So again, I will thank you for your words, your time, and the level of accountability you are holding myself and to this governing body. Your leadership is as important, if not more, than ours. Thank you for meeting me here in the chambers, again, virtually or not, for giving the very fuel that any council needs to be bullish in their approach to staff and the direction we provide, the policy that we enact and vote on, and the work that we take and do in community. I can assure you that I have since early this year And today continue to ask staff and my fellow council and governing body to do more creatively, to solution architect with the level of ingenuity that we know that our city is capable of, to do better to focus on and around this urgent and gross attack on our community safety and community trust. I will continue to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Do other council members have anything to say in response? Councilmember Engler?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you all for coming out again. My practice is that I take notes on each one of you and have written down some ideas that I want to help bring forward to our staff. So thank you for that. We as a council are acutely aware of the issues going on in town. And from my perspective, I want to thank a couple of organizations that have allowed me to volunteer to help try to mitigate some of the issues going on. To be able to take action is important, and I want to thank those organizations for being there and allowing me to do so.
Thank you. Councilmember Adam.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming down and sharing your feelings. I know you feel passionately about this, and I appreciate you being here. That's what public comments is all about. I can just assure you, as far as the City of Thousand Oaks go and the 380 people that work here, to my knowledge, there's no collaboration with ICE. They operate independently. But the city does do some things for the communities that you're talking about. We donate hundreds of thousands of dollars to communities, to organizations like Adelante Comunidad, for example, Safe Passage. So we are supporting the community that you're referring to, and I think that that's very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Taylor?
Oh, shoot, sorry. I will echo, I had some notes too, and there were some great points. I appreciate everybody coming out here tonight. Living in fear it's not fun. We're hearing you guys. We're constantly talking to staff. It is our goal to make sure our community is safe. Somebody mentioned upholding the Constitution. I believe that with my whole heart. And so thank you. We're hearing you, and we have somebody mentioned you have a 2-month recess to think about it. So appreciate everybody coming out.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Taylor. I too want to thank everyone who came to speak tonight, everyone who came to support everyone who spoke tonight, everyone in our community who is standing with you and feels fear and trepidation and uncertainty at this time. Speaking for myself, I am with you. I have spent more time on this issue of what we can do, not what we can't do. I know what we can't do, what the law doesn't allow us, but what we can do. And have been in multiple meetings with members of our County Board of Supervisors, with local law enforcement, with many social service organizations, and as Councilmember Engler mentioned, also volunteering with some of our community groups on getting closer to this problem, on knocking on doors for people who are afraid even to go out, to go to work, to send their kids to school, even to go to their kids' graduations. One of the points I've been trying to make to the community at large is this is not those people or somebody else's problem. This is much broader than that. It is, of course, a humanitarian tragedy, but it also affects our business community. It affects our local law enforcement and undoes what's going on right now at the federal level is undoing locally here. I'm not making a comment on things outside our jurisdiction. I'm saying here within our jurisdiction, all the good faith efforts that law enforcement has made for years to build bridges, to create trust, to say, hey, if there's a problem, please do let us know. And we're not going to ask about your immigration status. We want to come help keep you safe. They've tried to do that for years, and this is undoing all that trust building. And finally, for all of us, I care very much about the freedoms that every single member of this city enjoys under the 4th, 5th, 8th, 14th, and other amendments. We have rights that none of us have signed away. And this affects everyone, and I will continue to make that point. I also want to just relay as an information point, because we do need to be brief on this, that I met this morning with Sheriff Freihoff. Chief Paris was in the meeting as well. The meeting was held at Camarillo City Hall, and there were 2 members of the Camarillo City Council present as well. And I asked specifically, several of the speakers here have asked, what about some things that are happening in other jurisdictions? So Sheriff Freihoff communicated several things to me, and there's 6 of them I want to go through quickly. There are 4 things that the Sheriff's Office is doing right now. Number 1, and the first 4 are things that the LAPD recently adopted. The Sheriff's Office here says it is doing these things right now. 1, verify the identity of anyone claiming to be a federal agent. 2, request credentials from the agent or their supervisor. 3, record the interaction via body-worn camera for transparency. And 4, detain or arrest any individuals found to be impersonating peace officers. So the message I've gotten from Sheriff Freihoff and from many other local law enforcement officials, when I get this question about what about kidnappers, how can we tell, is if you see anything suspicious in this community, call 911. Those 4 things especially, call 911. And I got a commitment from the sheriff of this county this morning to act on those 4 things. The other thing the sheriff said with regard to ICE tactics, he did say, yeah, it's a federal issue, but he commented on it. He said their tactics are horrible. Those are his words, not mine. Their tactics are horrible. And I imagine this makes law enforcement's job here much harder because it's trying to build communities of trust. The final thing he said is something that Mr. Rohrbach touched on in his testimony, which is that he does permit ICE vehicles to be stored at VCSO facilities, on parking lots, for example. However, local jurisdictions have some say in whether that happens here or not, and it has not happened here in Thousand Oaks. There's been no case of that. And then I'll just wrap up by saying this city has no dealings, no interactions, no nothing with ICE. So as others have said, we need to, well, I'm going to stop there. There are other things we can and should do. We need to be more, all of us can show more empathy and show more concrete action, positive steps that we can take to show that we're serious. When we take the oath to say our job here is the safety and well-being of all residents, we mean all residents. And I'll stop at that point and turn it over to Mr. Powers.
Yeah, just very briefly, because I know we're going on here. Chief Paris will be in the lobby again to continue dialogue, along with Melissa Hurtado from our Community Services Division. Specifically, Melissa can chat with those of you that had questions about a workshop and our ability to potentially help facilitate something like that at the library space.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. And again, I want to thank everyone who came to speak tonight. I know it's not easy to do that, and you all have a right to be heard, to bear witness, and I appreciate that you are doing that. Thank you. Our next item is the consent calendar, item 9 in the agenda. Are there any items to pull?
I'd move consent.
We have a motion to vote on the consent. Councilmember Gutierrez, any items to pull?
No, Mayor Newman.
Thank you. Councilmember Engler has moved the consent calendar. Please prepare us for a vote.
Councilmember Adam,
Yes.
Councilmember Engler,
Yes, the sign came up, but it's not working tonight.
we have to do a roll call vote because of remote participation tonight. Councilmember Gutierrez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Taylor,
Yes.
and Mayor Newman,
Aye.
and that motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Our next item moved up in the agenda is the Council on Aging Annual Report. And presenting this evening will be the COA's Vice Chair, Ms. Dorothy Hatfield. Good evening, Ms. Hatfield.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Newman and council members. It's our pleasure to be here this evening to present the 2024-25 Council on Aging Annual Report. My name is Dorothy Hatfield, and it was my honor to serve as the vice chair this past year. With me tonight are Commissioners Videa, Commissioner Tainter, Commissioner Donahue, and Commissioner Tweet. Thank you. I realized I was supposed to look here. Sorry. We had an exciting year full of growth and opportunity. Each month during our meetings, we interacted with knowledgeable guest speakers that provided the Commission opportunities to build relationships, as well as review and provide input on matters pertaining to older adults. Topics included everything from the Civic Arts Plaza Master Plan to the city's budget, as well as updates from partner organizations such as CRPD, Westminster Free Clinic, and Athens Services. One of the opportunities we have as commissioners is to serve as liaisons to outside organizations focusing on older adults. By serving in this role, commissioners deepen relationships and provide monthly updates on what is happening with older adults across the community. This year, we had commissioners serving as liaisons at the Ventura County Human Services Area Agency on Aging, the Global Adult Community Center Commission, Conejo Senior Volunteer Program, Senior Concerns, and the California Senior Legislature. A summary of the commissioners' experiences is included in Attachment 1 to the staff report. For the third consecutive year, the Council on Aging joined the City Council in proclaiming the month of May as Older Americans Month, recognizing the vital role older adults play in the vibrancy of our neighborhoods and our lives. We were grateful to receive the proclamation at the April 29th City Council meeting. The framed proclamation proudly hangs in the prominent location in the lobby of the Global Adult Community Center. Every year, the Council on Aging focuses on a commission project. The goal is to collectively select and execute a project that can be completed within the year and that adds value to the community. This year, the chosen project was to support the Transit Division in launching the Dial-A-Ride app. There were 4 project areas that we accomplished. First, a user guide was created to help residents understand how to download and use the new Dial-A-Ride app. Twice a month, we are distributing this user guide at the Global Center and assisting the community with how to download and use the app. Second, commissioners also supported the Transit Division by providing suggestions for potential rider feedback car. Third, on March 27, 2025, we helped host a demonstration workshop at the Global Adults Community Center. The workshop featured app demonstrations and individualized assistance to download and use the app. It was a successful workshop and provided invaluable assistance to those that attended. Fourth, a large part of our effort was to support Transit with creating marketing materials for promoting the new Dial-A-Ride app. Commissioners participated in a professional photo shoot in February, and then in May, in collaboration with TOTV, we acted in a video produced to promote the new app. The video is available for viewing on the city's YouTube channel and social media pages. We think the video turned out whimsical and fun. We hope you'll watch it. The Council on Aging had 2 committees this year. First, the Resource Directory Committee updated and released the 2nd edition of the City of Thousand Oaks Resource Directory for older adults. The 30-page directory provides information on community resources such as adult daycare, adult day programs, housing support, food pantries, and caregiving services. It's available in large print and on the city's website at toaks.gov/olderadults. In 2025, the Conejo Senior Volunteer Program's annual wellness festival was canceled at the last minute due to warnings of imminent power outages at the Global Center as a result of the 2 weeks of unprecedented winds and wildfires. Our committee went over to the Global Center that morning of the canceled event and interacted with approximately 100 community members who hadn't gotten the cancellation notice. We handed out the directory and provided referrals to services. Many community members who came that morning were feeling fearful, and some had been without electricity for long stretches. Commissioners connected with individuals and provided much-needed community support. Additionally, a past practice was resurrected where we are sitting at the table at the Global Adult Center twice a month from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. We talk with the residents, provide referrals to community groups, and distribute the resource guide. It also makes a great place to tell about the people about the new Dial-A-Ride app. We've been working hard to distribute close to 1,000 printed copies of the resource guide throughout the community. The second committee was the Demographic Committee, and I'm going to pass the podium to Commissioner Donahue to talk about it.
Thank you, Dorothy. I'm pinch hitting for our leader, Tony Gitt, who wasn't able to join us today. Tony, if you're watching now or later, get well, and remember to act your age. Thank you for moving us up on the agenda in recognition of the older adults in the community, be able to help accommodate my bedtime. Thank you. I'm here today, this evening, I'm the mouthpiece for what we refer to as the Demographic Committee. The committee's brain, Nita, behind me here, and the structure over there with Sarah helped put this together. We've been working on it started on a monthly basis, and we moved to a far more frequent, almost weekly basis to be able to put together, using publicly available data to be able to provide you the facts and the data to support the demographic profile of the older adults in the community. Why? Early in the term, we asked ourselves why. Why are we as a committee, and what are the needs of our constituents? So that started off, why we went down the path we did was to be able to provide you, and you will see available to you in far more detail, the depth of the analysis that we did. Today I'm going to give you a high-level overview of what that demographic of what our community looks like. It is both a snapshot of the business as we know it today, using census, the American Community Survey portion of the census data, baseline 2020-23, with a 10-year look forward. The data you see on the screen shows the as-is state. As we know it today, using 2023 as a starting point, it shows that our community, using age 65 as the dividing line of the older adults in the community, that we are at a little over 20% of our community is age 65 or above. As reference points, the state is at 15% and the county is at 17%. So the statement is we are already an aged community, as you may well know. When we project that, the United States is projected in the year 2030 to be at 20%, a number we're already at. When you combine that, the median age of 45, which we are today, most demographers would label us both as an aged and an aging community in reference to county, state, and country. Now, when you add the growth rates for older adults in the city, as well as a general flat or decrease in the overall population of Thousand Oaks, you will see that the older adults will become a far more significant portion of the community. The next slide might be a little hard to read, but what we did is, using the same data, and we did age group cohorts and showed the transition of how each one of those age cohorts will advance over the next 5-10 years, how that population mix will then be projected out 10 years from now. We layered in a small level of life expectancy in that so that we didn't overstate the aging factor. As you see on the slide, if it's visible to you, is that we are then projected to go from 25,500 older adults to almost 29% in the next 10 years, from 25,500 to 33,700 community members. Think about almost 30% of our community in the next 10 years will be older adults. We'd like to point out that the older adult population increase is not only aging, but half of that, I think on the next slide, half of that will be age 75 and above. And again, we did some effort to take into account life expectancy so that we didn't over-dramatize the statement we're trying to make today. The charts on this slide show that not only is the demographic of the aging community here in Thousand Oaks going to hit those critical dates of 75 and above, but the disability associated with 75 and above aged adults are twice as likely to have some form of disability than those under 75. The data also says that women will face twice the number of ambulatory challenges and over 8 times more independent living challenges than men. Again, we have a far more detailed report available to you that delves further into some of the challenges that older adults face as they age, including income sources, household composition, the number of women living alone due to widowhood or divorce, and understanding these different changes and challenges would provide us the opportunity to better prepare for the imminent increase in the number of and the complexity of what our colleagues will face. We believe there is a need to address the range of essential services, including transit, especially for older adults who are low and extremely low income. City of Thousand Oaks is a wonderful place to live, and the council has done a wonderful job and will continue to do a wonderful job to make the quality of life here great. The demographic committee, though, encourages us to be proactive, to look at our report, and to understand not only the number, but the complexity of the challenges that older adults face and have a right to have addressed to maintain the quality of their life. The Council on Aging is available. We are excited about the opportunity to be able to work with you at your direction in any way to be able to address these specific needs that we outlined in our study. If you have any other questions, Nita, Sarah, I'd be glad to answer.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hatfield, Mr. Donahoe, for your presentations. We appreciate it very much. Council members, are there questions of the council? Councilmember Engler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for doing that app for the Dial-A-Ride. Is that an effort on your part to try to address some of the demographic changes that are occurring to make it easier to use Dial-A-Ride, or how is that going to interface?
The transport,
Please come to the mic. Thanks.
the transit department had already been in developing that kind of a thing. And so when they came to us and asked us if we'd be interested in helping them roll it out, and we knew that it was something that would be useful to many people, because trying to call up to order your rides is a little cumbersome. And this way, when they want to plan in advance, they can go ahead and do that. So it was all started by the transit.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Mayor Pro Tem Taylor?
I have a comment.
Go ahead,
Are we
Mr.
done
Adam.
the questions?
Go ahead.
No, I want to thank the Council on Aging for what they do with that resource directory. That's great. 1,000 copies passed out, and the time you spend at Global, it's also much appreciated. Thank you very much. This demographic study that you did is very interesting. I don't think there's any doubt on the near term that the city is losing population, and the population that we have is aging. Now, 10 years from now, will our population be as drastically reduced as your study shows? I don't know. I kind of hope not, actually. But the trend is there at the moment. And I think from a council member's viewpoint, from my viewpoint anyway, I'd like to see that trend reversed, frankly, only in the sense of trying to repopulate our younger generation, of course. But that's the balance we strike. Trying to repopulate the younger generation, but provide the services that our seniors need at the same time. So that study was good. It was provocative, shall we say.
It's damn good. I'm allowed to say that. I will also comment, you're right, the aging issue is also a youth issue, right? At the core, there is definitely a youth issue. I will tell you on a sensitivity basis, even if you took out any decline in the general population, if you ever maintain just the steady state and you put a mortality in there, it might not be 29% of the population being older adults, it's 27 though. It's not that significant. If everything stayed, even with mortality as you age, even if you take that into account, the number of people we have in the cohort between 55 and 65 that's going to move, unless they all move out of state, is going to drive us at least to 27%, if not 28%. So the 29 we gave you, you could argue might be on the high side, but it's not by a lot.
I agree. I think the percentage of seniors will grow. I would just like to see our population be a little more stable and have that grow as well. So, but we'll see. Time will tell, as they say.
Your housing situation will tell that. Your housing situations will tell us whether or not you have younger people moving in.
Very good point.
That's a good answer.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Councilmember Gutierrez, any questions for the Council on Aging?
No, Mayor Newman, thank you.
Thank you. Before you sit, I have just some brief questions. But first, my compliments to both presenters and to the entire council for your work on this. It's a lot of work. You study not only what you presented this evening, but many other topics. And on behalf of the city, I want to say how grateful we are an aging population, as the study showed. And in some ways, the demographic study and the resource guide are different sides of the same coin. It's because this is such an important and growing part of our overall demographics that we need this terrific resource that you've put together. I looked at the directory. I had no idea that some of the services available are out there. And it's a great, I encourage everyone in the city, regardless of age. It's online. You can download the guide, search for Thousand Oaks Council on Aging Resource Guide, and you'll find it, which is how I got to it. And it has some really terrific resources. So my compliments on that. I'm also wanted to ask if the demographic study is also available online. I did not find that on the city's webpage, but maybe it's on some other web.
Well, it's currently part of the staff report, so it's available through PrimeGov.
Okay, great. So is there a way to have it for posterity's sake, because most residents don't read the city council agendas with the same enthusiasm that we council members do?
We can work with our communications division.
Yeah, if both, because currently even the resource guide, it is on the website, but it's not on the Council on Aging page. It's on a different page. So I think it'd be great, given that this council did so much work to put both reports together. I think it'd be great to have all those under one roof, as it were. And then the final, this is more of a comment than a question. I know each of you, we've had good discussions in the past, and hopefully you found them constructive and found willing listeners in myself and my colleagues here. That said, I have heard comments multiple times in past years along the lines of, we don't know what's happening in the rest of the city, or we don't understand this thing or that thing. And my comment to that is, please talk to us. Please come back. Please come here and make comments. If something you think is amiss, we'd like to hear about that. And we heard about some really interesting trends tonight. So wrapping up, I just want to say thank you again for all that you're doing. We appreciate you. Thank you. So this item, I think, requires a motion.
So moved. I'll move, what is it, 13?
13A, based on the recommendations?
Yeah, I'll move that.
Thank you. Let's vote, please.
Councilmember Adam?
Yes.
Councilmember Engler?
Yes.
Councilmember Gutierrez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Taylor?
Yes.
And Mayor Newman?
Aye.
And that motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Again, thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. Our first public hearing this evening is item 10A on sewer use and discharge local limits ordinance updates. And presenting this evening is Water Quality Supervisor Paul Jorgensen. And available for questions are Deputy Public Works Director John Minkle. And I see our Public Works Director, Nader Hadari, on the dais as well. Mr. Jorgensen, good evening.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to open the public hearing
Oh, I'm
officially.
sorry. Yes, please do.
So hearing advertised as required by law is open to consider agenda item 10A, as you mentioned, sewer use and discharge local limits ordinance updates, and there are no speakers for this item.
Okay, you ready?
Yes, we are.
Okay,
Please go ahead.
You hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and council members. I am Paul Jorgensen, Water Quality Supervisor with Public Works. Next to me is John Minkle, Deputy Director of Public Works, and online is Gorman Lau of Larry Walker and Associates, a consultant that helped us with this project. Tonight, I'll be talking about changes to the city's pretreatment program, which relates to the city's sewer system and the Hill Canyon wastewater treatment plant. What is pretreatment? Pretreatment means removing or reducing pollutants from a business practice that generates wastewater before that wastewater is discharged to the sewer system. This includes using filtration, pH adjustment, off-site waste hauling, or grease traps. Tonight, staff is requesting City Council approval for updates to 2 ordinances tied to the pretreatment program. These ordinances regulate what can be discharged into the sewer system into the Hill Canyon treatment plant. One is the sewer use ordinance in Title 10 of the Municipal Code, which outlines discharge rules, enforcement, and the city's legal authority. The other is uncodified ordinance 1695, also known as local limits, which is essentially a list of pollutants and their concentration limits. Since the city owns and operates the Hill Canyon treatment plant, the city is federally required to maintain an approved pretreatment program. The LA Water Board oversees the program for the EPA and audits our program every 2 to 3 years. The pretreatment program prevents pollutants from disrupting the treatment plant potentially harming staff, affecting the environment, and to ensure Hill Canyon meets its discharge permit requirements. Our legal authority to implement the pretreatment program comes from these two ordinances. We currently issue discharge permits to 4 industrial dischargers, which are Amgen, Takeda, Skyworks, and Teledyne. Permitted dischargers are issued permits based on what products are being manufactured and how much wastewater is generated from those processes. We inspect and sample permitted dischargers twice a year, and they submit quarterly self-monitoring reports to us. We also inspect hundreds of other non-permitted businesses like restaurants, auto shops, and dental facilities and other industries. So why update the sewer use ordinance? The ordinance hasn't been updated since 2009. The EPA has since revised its pretreatment ordinance guidelines, and both the EPA and LA Water Board recommended that we align our ordinance with those current standards. Here's a summary of the sewer use ordinance changes. We worked with our consultant to make the changes, and we consolidated all regulations into one section in the municipal code for easier access and understanding for staff in the community. We've also updated definitions and terminology to meet current EPA standards and added a tiered permitting system to streamline the process for small or temporary dischargers. Why update the local limits? They were last updated around 1980, and past EPA and LA Water Board audits recommended the changes. With Hill Canyon's latest discharge permit, the city was required to reevaluate the local limits to ensure continued compliance. Our consultant conducted a detailed evaluation which concluded that new limits were needed. The consultant then performed a technical-based local limit study with extensive sampling, calculations, and a 200-page report detailing the methods for developing the new local limits. The local limit study took many factors into account, like protecting the sewer system and the Hill Canyon treatment plant, while ensuring compliance with Hill Canyon's discharge permit, all while being as business-friendly as possible. Based on those assessments, some pollutant limits are now stricter, some more lenient, some remain the same. New pollutants limits were added and others were removed. During this entire process, we kept the permitted industries updated about all the proposed changes. They have already been meeting the new limits and we're comfortable with the changes. We also work closely with the LA Water Board and staff from several city departments. The EPA required 30-day public notice and comment period was published, and we did not receive any comments. We then posted the public notice for tonight's hearing. The LA Water Board has conditionally approved all of the changes. Pending City Council's approval, the LA Water Board will provide formal approval. Staff's recommendation is for City Council to approve the changes as specified in the staff report. Thank you, and we are available for questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Council members, are there questions of staff? I think this is some kind of record. I too have no questions. But do appreciate your updating this and bringing this into alignment with current regulatory regime. Yeah, glad we're doing this.
Thank you.
So with that, if there are no questions, I'm going to close the public hearing and then ask for a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. No, I just think these local limits updates will continue to ensure that the water being discharged from Hill Canyon is as pure as humanly possible. So this is a good thing. I'll move 10A, local limits ordinance update.
Based on the recommendations.
Mr. Mayor, just
Councilmember Engler.
to tag along with my colleague, it's important for the city to stay up on these regulations, and I'm happy we've taken the proactive step in response to some of the recommendations we received over the last few years to really be on top of this and make sure that our discharge is within the EPA guidelines. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and I'll echo my colleagues' comments and thanks. I also serve on the Ventura Regional Sanitation District. I'm its current chair, and I've gotten a little bit of a sense of how complex water and wastewater regulatory environment can be. This, if anything, enhances my longtime appreciation of all that Public Works does to make sure our infrastructure is running well, it's maintained well. There's a strong culture of fixing things before they break, or looking after things so they don't break. And this is a regulatory part of that, and I appreciate that we're doing that. So if there are no other comments on this, I'll ask the clerk to please prepare us for a vote.
Councilmember Adam?
Yes.
Councilmember Engler?
Yes.
Councilmember Gutierrez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Taylor?
Yes.
And Mayor Newman?
Aye.
And that motion passes 5-0. And your two ordinance titles are Ordinance Amending Thousand Oaks Municipal Code, repealing certain sections of Title 10, Chapter 1, Article 5, Service and General Discharge Regulations, and repealing Title 10, Chapter 1, Article 6 in its entirety, and adding Title 10, Chapter 1, Article 6, entitled Sewer Use Regulations, and an ordinance adjusting and setting water rates, discharge limits, and fees of the City Wastewater Division uncodified.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to call a brief 10-minute recess and try to really keep it to 10 minutes, and we'll be back soon. Thank you. And we are back. Our first department report this evening, item 12A, is on the Downtown Thousand Oaks General Plan Amendment initiation, concurrent processing request, and declaration of surplus lands. And presenting this evening is Senior Planner Justine Kendall. Also available is Deputy City Manager Akbar Ali Khan. Our Community Development Director Kelvin Parker, and the Chief Assistant City Attorney Patrick Keher. Ms. Kendall, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. As previewed at the last City Council meeting on June 24th, there are essentially two requests before you this evening, each with two parts. The first is to initiate the review of a general plan amendment application submitted on behalf of the Downtown Thousand Oaks project and authorize the concurrent processing of the amendment alongside other applications required to entitle that project. The second request is to declare additional surplus lands as required by the State Surplus Lands Act for both exempt and non-exempt parcels. Although the request this evening represents the first formal step in allowing the actual construction of the proposed Downtown Thousand Oaks development, the project is a culmination of a long-term vision, taking shape through various plans and initiatives since the 1980s. The idea originated with the city's General Plan Review Committee, which recommended a mix of commercial and residential uses for the former Jungleland Amusement Park property in 1982. These ideas were further developed with the Civic Arts Plaza Specific Plan, also known as SP11, in 1989, and with the Downtown Core Master Plan developed in 2018. Following the direction of those framework documents, conceptual plans for the downtown core area have evolved over the last 5 years, as you can see here. Similarly, the recently adopted General Plan 2045 and City Council priorities set over the last decade have consistently outlined a vision of civic, artistic, and economic vitality for the Downtown Thousand Oaks project area. The envisioned project proposes the revitalization of Downtown Thousand Oaks with 4 mixed-use residential buildings, a standalone restaurant, adaptive reuse of the western portion of the existing Civic Arts Plaza building, reconstruction of the eastern portion of the building, an outdoor amphitheater, public plaza, children's play areas, and a hotel. As the project area, seen here in blue, outlined in red, is designated entirely as institutional by the land use element of the general plan, proposed uses such as the housing, commercial, and hotel uses would not currently be allowed. Therefore, in order to fulfill the city's long-term vision, a general plan amendment to change the land use designation for certain city-owned property from institutional to mixed use is necessary. In addition, during the review of the proposed development, staff will determine whether refinements to the land use designations applied to the project area are necessary to support implementation of the project. As mentioned earlier, part of the request before you this evening is to authorize concurrent processing of entitlement applications in conjunction with the legislative action. Processing of the legislative action and entitlements together enables the concept to be evaluated comprehensively rather than sequentially. Should the council adopt the resolution to initiate the general plan amendment, the applicant will submit the remaining formal applications, including a specific plan amendment to update specific plan number 11, the Civic Arts Plaza specific plan, to incorporate standards and requirements for the Downtown Thousand Oaks project, a development permit major modification to allow the modification of the existing Civic Arts Plaza development, a development permit to allow the construction of new mixed-use civic and commercial structures in hardscape, a tentative or parcel map to redraw property lines as appropriate, and a protected tree permit to evaluate the potential removal of an encroachment onto protected trees. The request before you this evening is, again, the beginning of the formal application process. The initiation of the general plan amendment and concurrent processing would only authorize city staff to proceed with the filing of formal project entitlement applications. Upon City Council adoption of a resolution to initiate the general plan amendment for processing, staff will submit the remainder of the required applications just described, conduct the environmental review required by the California Environmental Quality Act, and following the conclusion of that analysis, bring the project before the Planning Commission, who would provide a recommendation for or against adoption of the project as a whole to the City Council.
Thank you, Justine. I'll handle the second half of our staff presentation. The declaration of surplus lands. In front of you on the screen are, excuse me, there we go. In front of you on the screen are the steps for the Surplus Land Act, and these are in relation to the non-exempt surplus lands that are in front of you tonight. So here's the process. As the council may recall from almost exactly a year ago, we went through this same process. We have to designate real property as non-exempt surplus land. We have to issue a notice of availability. Interested parties will have 60 days after that notice of availability. If the city receives no formal notices of interest, we may, if we do receive notices of interest, we must enter into good faith negotiations to determine a mutually satisfactory sale or lease price. A couple of notes down below that are very important. We are not required to transact, and we may obtain fair market value for this property. So it's not obligating the city once you embark upon this process that you must engage in an actual transaction if you do have interested parties. This applies not only just to sale, but it also applies to long-term leases. I know that was a point of discussion a couple of weeks ago, and we discussed this very topic. Regardless of which route the city goes, Surplus Lands Act will need to be complied with. Speaking of the last time we went through this, the west side parcel, about 2.9 acres, was declared as surplus last June. We issued that notice in July, and that 60 days lapsed in early September. No formal requests to negotiate were received, which then allowed us to move forward with disposition as per the requirements of the SLA. If you're wondering why we're back now, nearly a year later, asking for an additional declaration of surplus lands, well, here's the short explanation. On the left half of your screen is the 2024 conceptual site plan, in which you'll see is the area shaded in blue was intended to be retained as institutional use for that proposed city hall, and or in the upper right-hand portion of that box in blue, you'll see those two small buildings there. Those were below the threshold for surplus land, so they were not required to be made surplus at the time. However, moving forward now to the 2025 site plan that we shared with the City Council just a couple short weeks ago, those uses have now changed into a hotel use and a new mixed-use Building C, both of which would require us to declare those as non-exempt surplus lands. Looking at that same shaded area in blue, this is directly taken from our GIS map, overlaying the parcel lines there you can make out in red. It covers about 74,000 square feet or 1.7 acres. It also overlies a variety of different parcel lines. In fact, here are all the APNs that are affected by this non-exempt declaration. There's some right-of-way to the west of 1964 East Thousand Oaks Boulevard. And then the portion shown down below, they're all representative of a portion of each parcel. The only one that is fully encapsulated is 1996 East Thousand Oaks Boulevard. You may recognize the address down at the very bottom. That's our address here of City Hall. Rest assured, that's not the entirety of the property. That's 0.12 acres of this property. Last time we were in front of the council, and we mentioned in the staff report, Building D, we were going to see clarification of whether it fit under the definition as exempt surplus lands. We sought that clarification from outside counsel. Sure enough, it did, which is why you have two resolutions in front of you tonight, one for non-exempt surplus lands and one for exempt surplus lands. The one for the exempt surplus lands is the Building D restaurant here in the northeast corner of the property. In total, it's 7,300 square feet or 0.17 acres, well below the half-acre threshold for exempt surplus parcels. The APN and the address, again, you'll recognize the address, 2100 East Thousand Oaks Boulevard. Just a portion of that 0.17 acres would fall under that small parcel exemption. However, the City Council must declare it as exempt surplus lands via resolution. So with that, that wraps up our staff presentation. We have 3 recommendations for you tonight, as Justine mentioned, initiating the general plan amendment, and the latter 2 recommendations, adopting resolutions declaring non-exempt surplus lands and declaring exempt surplus lands. And with that, staff is available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Council members, questions? Councilmember Gutierrez, any questions?
No questions. No questions at this time. I think Akbar reiterated that long-term leases versus the sales of the surplus property or land, excuse me, would be a separate discussion. So no, Mayor Newman, thank you. No questions.
Thank you. I have 3 questions, but they're all quite brief. One is just the time window for the SLA listings. I just want to see if I understand correctly. The shot clock, as it were, would begin today, July 8th. That's the date on the SLA resolution. Or if not, when would that shot clock begin for the 60-day window?
Good evening, Mayor. It starts when we actually send the notice of availability to it, and once they receive it, then there's a 60-day time period. It goes to a very specific website, the state, and then there's a number of what they call housing sponsors who have signed up, and then if they show interest, then they contact us and start going through that process.
So when you're saying once they receive it, you're referring to the State Housing and Community Development
Correct. We actually
Department?
send that notice of availability. We have to process it, make sure it's all, we have to get through this process first, and then once we have that authority, we can send the notice out.
So we approve it, we send it to the state HCD, and
Correct.
on their receipt of it, then there's 60 days from there.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
great. Thank you for clarifying that. The next thing is a design question. I know we don't design from the dais. I'm not asking about color swatches on carpets or what doorknob brand we're going to use or anything like that. But at a high level, when we saw the conceptual presentation a couple of weeks ago, it was very favorably received here. I think everyone made positive comments about how much they liked 2 things. One, how much they liked the overall design, and second, how well everything worked together. So on that point, my question is, what can we do to, as we move through this process, to work with either the firms that we're currently working with, or if other firms come in, what can we do to ensure that the final product is that same high quality, high level of integration in the final product, in final design?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So part of the process now, when the specific plan amendments and other applications are submitted, that's one of the things we'll be looking at is between the conditions of approval for the development permit and the development permit major modification and the specific plan amendment itself, those regulations will control the amount of flexibility for any future modifications to the design that both we bring before Planning Commission and the City Council for approval, and any modifications that may happen after that.
So there is some more oversight, more approval on what this would look like, as well as what the compliance pieces of it are, right?
That's right. Over the next year or so, we'll be reviewing the design quality with a very careful fine-tooth comb. And then part of the project that will be before you next year will be those specific regulations that would allow flexibility or not.
Appreciate that. And then my final question, just very briefly, is you touched on part of this would be authority to do tree permitting, either encroachments or removals as necessary. But I just want to be clear, there's no specific ask of that tonight, right? You're not asking to remove this tree or encroach that tree or anything like that, not tonight.
Not this evening, no.
Very good, appreciate that, thank you. Are there any other questions of staff?
Mr. Mayor, real quick.
Councilman Ringler.
I'm not sure if this is just informational for myself or really a question. The property right now is that we were talking about making When we go to fair market value, is that the type of how we market it as institutional, or do we market it as the new use, which is going to be mixed use? In other words, will there be a difference in the valuation of the property based on the use we may give it tonight?
Thank you, Councilmember Engler. What the SLA requires us to do is market under a fair market value. Now, the council has taken steps to effectuate, the eventual plans for this particular site. That will be a factor in its valuation. However, you're right, it still has an institutional land use designation. Really, we take everything in its totality and putting forward that, I'll call it asking price, out on the street when we publish that notice of availability.
But part of our action tonight would be to change the land use to mixed use, correct?
Correct. However, that wouldn't be effectuated until your entitlement hearing next year. So no land use designation is being changed tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of staff? Okay, then I will note that there are no public speakers on this, no public comment on this item. And then I will entertain council discussion and or a motion. Councilmember Adam.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, in previous meetings, we've seen the architectural renderings, we've seen the videos, we've seen the vision. And tonight we start the procedure to try to get this thing off the ground. Not try, we will. And so, we need a general plan amendment, we need concurrent processing, and we got to go through the Surplus Land Act to get the downtown off the ground, and eventually it'll wend its way to the Planning Commission and finally back to us again. So this is the first start on the procedural side. So I will, in fact, move, what is it here, 12A, for all those things I just mentioned, general plan amendment, concurrent processing, and the Surplus Lands Act declaration.
I see our city attorney nodding her head in approval. So
Of course.
judging this to be a well-formed motion, so thank you for that.
One of my few.
Any other comments before we vote? Councilmember Gutierrez, all good? Get a thumbs up? And I'll just agree with Councilmember Adam that this is largely a procedural vote, a very important part of doing this, absolutely. We saw something a few weeks ago, gave it our approval, said, great, what do we need to do to move this ahead? Staff responded, well, there's all these procedural things, and that's what we're voting on here. So with that, I'll ask the clerk to please prepare us for a vote.
Councilmember Adam.
Yes.
Councilmember Engler.
Yes.
Councilmember Gutierrez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Taylor.
Yes.
And Mayor Newman.
Yes.
And that motion passes 5-0.
And before staff goes, thank you for noting the vote. I do have one more comment to make. This is the final public hearing. He knows what's coming. And he's still sitting there. He hasn't run out of the room yet. This is the final public hearing for the city's Chief Assistant City Attorney, Mr. Patrick Keher, Esquire. And I would be remiss, and we would all be remiss, if we didn't let this occasion go without noting that. And so I will turn this over to City Attorney Tracy Noonan, and then come back for others may wish to make comments as well. Ms. Noonan.
Thank you, Mayor Newman. And Patrick, I know you're going to kill me later, but I can't not do this. I would have done it last night too, but I couldn't get there in time. But tonight is Patrick's last city council meeting. He's going to be retiring from the city over the summer. He started working for the city more than 20 years ago. 20 years he's committed so much of his time and dedication and passion for this city. He's worked with every single department in the city over this 20-year period, and I don't think any other attorney in our office can say that. He's been like the designated attorney for every single department in this office or in the organization. And for the last several years, of course, he's been our primary land use attorney for the city. And the contributions that he's made to our city in that capacity has just been, I mean, instrumental. Virtually every development agreement that has gone through the city for the last several years was under Patrick's jurisdiction, for lack of a better word, you know, IMT, Timber School, 299. He has been a key member of the downtown project from its inception. He's the legal advisor to the Community Development Department, and we all know how busy the Community Development Department is. And with the myriad housing bills and other types of legislation that's passed every year, Patrick spends an inordinate amount of time trying to guide the Community Development Department through all of these new laws and regulations. And obviously, he staffs and is the legal advisor to our Planning Commission. I tell you that the city does not know how fortunate that they have been to have such a committed public servant working for them over these past 20 years. I'm going to get emotional in a second. He'll be sorely missed. Personally, this is bittersweet for me. He has been there. He and I started more than 20 years ago within a month of each other. So he has been by my side for every single minute that I've been working for this city. He has supported me. He's supported my office. He's supported the organization. And while I'm very happy for him and his family that he is embarking on this new adventure, I know that he's going to be spending a lot of time on the golf courses. So if you want to visit him, you will find him at a golf course. I promise you that. But I will miss him and I will miss his support tremendously. And I want to wish him well. So I'll open it up to anyone else who wants to say something.
Thank you so much for those comments. That's very nice. I'm going to go to City Manager Drew Powers, and then we'll go to council comments.
Yeah, I'll keep it really brief. Patrick and I he's been a stalwart since I got here 18 years ago, and we've worked on countless things together. And he's been a friend. He's utterly unflappable, steady, calm, Swiss Army knife guy you can go to for everything. And there's certain losses organizationally just hit harder, and he's one of them because he's a guy that brings a calming presence to everything, whether it's been emergency operations response where, when I know Patrick's there at the table, it's just additional calm, and he's got a good strategic mind. But I'm also really excited for his golf game because I think it's gonna improve. He's got those knees tightened up now, and things are gonna be in good shape. And I know I'll see him around Los Robles Golf Course, so he'll be reporting in on the condition. So I appreciate you immensely.
Thank you. Let's do this in order of council seniority. So Councilmember Adam, being the ranking member, as it were.
I guess that would be me. And Patrick as well. Talk about seniority. You and I have worked together for years. In committees together, here on the dais. And I've always been very impressed with your legal knowledge and your knowledge of all the nuances and the intricacies of law. And I love it the way you set some of these amateur lawyers straight with the good talk. You know what I mean? That's always good. It's just been great working with you. I really appreciated your advice. You've been a fountain of knowledge, and all I can say, if you know the rules of golf as well as you know the law, I'd hate to be paired with you. You'd get me on everything. Anyway, it's a great job, and really appreciate all you've done for the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We turn next to Councilmember Engler.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I suppose as the only resident retired person up here, there is life after retirement. You will find that your life will be as rich as it ever was while you're working. I fully expect to see you up here in 20 years because I retired 20 years ago when you first started here. So I think that's the only advice I would give you, is that there is things to do after you retire. And just as fulfilling as everything you've done here which is hard to believe. Part of when I came on the council, going on 6.5 years ago, we had a series of development agreements that we worked with. And you were part of each one bringing those forward. Because of that work that you did, we now have nearly 2,000 units in the pipeline that will be coming to serve our citizens. So as you go into retirement and you look over your shoulder, you will see the footprints that you have left, and we thank you for it.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Taylor.
I guess we did start at the same time, but I wasn't sure if Planning Commissioner was going to give you the extra edge.
I'm saving my comments for last.
Okay, fair. It's only been for us 2.5 years, but I just want to tell you what I noticed about you early on that's very obvious for everyone here who's worked with you. It seems really hard when people are very intelligent to also connect with people. And you've been given that gift to do both. You know, everybody was sharing that you helped get out of complex developer agreements or figure them out. We trust the things you say. Not only was I able to go to you for guidance when it came to the law, how many times did I get to bro out with you on golf and Bandon Dunes and just chop it up? That is very rare, and you walk those lines perfectly. And so it's just been a blessing hanging out with you, doing business with you. The high cut is going to get a little bit more straight, so I'm kind of jealous about that. But I'm stoked for you. I'm stoked for the family. I am bummed, but for those that are great, it's unfortunate to see them leave, but we are proud of you and thankful for you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mayor Newman. I'll keep my remarks brief. I have a even shorter experience, and I just want to say thank you for your service, as well as the warm welcome that I received coming on to council. I think to Mayor Pro Tem Taylor's keen observation, being able to be personable and be in the space and have the level of expertise that you have is really special. And I know that I felt very informed and, again, just well received. So thank you so much. All my gratitude, and just congratulations on this milestone, and look forward to hearing back and when you get a chance to check in with council on what you're up to these days, often on the course. So thank you again for your service to the city and to our community.
Appreciate that. Thank you. And since others have given their times of service, I'll note that this is my 11th year of public service since I served on the Planning Commission for 8 years. And because of that, Patrick, you are the city employee with whom we've worked together the longest, more than anyone else on city staff. And we've been through some very complex hearings, complex cases, and I agree with what my colleagues have said about your intelligence and, above all, your imperturbability, if that's a word. We've had applications that were ridiculous. We've had some that were really difficult to get through. And I forget who else said, but you were constant and calm and unflappable through that. And you did your work and responded with great detail and, above all, with great integrity. And that, to me, is the model of what civil service at its very best should be. And I really, really appreciate that. There's one other thing that people have said about how you've been a constant source of support for the Planning Commission, for this council, and that's generally been true. The one and only exception I know is when I got the news and I heard he's retiring, and I went to Patrick and said, "You can't retire." And where was the support? You went out, you're off to the golf course. So I wish you a very happy retirement. Please don't be a stranger. I hope you're not reminding people at each hole that each round is CEQA exempt. You don't need to do that. Yeah, I wish you all the best and look forward to continuing our friendship in the years to come. Again, thank you.
Okay, well, first I want to announce a breach of contract with Tracy. We talked about this very clearly.
I know.
But thank you for the recognition. This is an amazing city. As Tracy noted, I've been here for over 20 years. I've been practicing law for over 35. The leadership here from City Council, Planning Commission, TO Arts Board, CASCA, I've worked with them all, and they all have this common theme of what's best for the city. This is an amazing city. I don't live in the city, but I certainly love this city. I spend most of my time in the city, both at work and at play, whether it's golf or woodworking. This is a great city. And I know we are facing challenges right now, the city, the state, the nation. But this city has faced challenges since I've been here. We've had the wildfires, obviously, the devastating wildfires, the terrible shooting, the pandemic, right? And your leadership flows down from all the commissions and the committees. But the leadership of Tracy and Drew, that flows down to the directors, to the deputy directors, to staff. There are so many amazing staff people here, just truly. But thank you, and I appreciate it.
Okay, I'll give staff a minute to get to our next department report, item 12B. And this is a crossing guard program update. And presenting this evening on this item will be the city's Public Works Director, Nader Hidari. And available for questions is the city's Deputy Public Works Director, Ted Gerber. Mr. Hidari, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you very much. We are back tonight with an update on the crossing guard program pursuant to direction from City Council on May 20th. I'd like to just start with some brief background. The city's been operating the crossing guard program since 1964. The state has a minimum criteria for crossing guard standards that are used by most districts and school districts and cities that need to be met in order to qualify for a crossing guard placement. However, the city has maintained easier to meet standards than that for many years. In 2023, the City Council established a new objective and easy to follow crossing guard standards policy that is the most flexible and generous policy in Ventura County. The city's 2023 policy is modeled after the state guidelines, but with much easier to qualify thresholds. The latest crossing guard counts were completed this spring, and the results indicate that 14 locations meet the criteria to continue to be staffed for the upcoming 2025-26 school year. Council received a comprehensive update on this on May 20th, where the results of the 2025 annual counts and a summary of which locations meet the criteria was presented. During that meeting, City Council directed staff to engage with the Conejo Valley Unified School District leadership on possible future program oversight changes. Subsequently, staff also presented the annual reports to the Traffic Commission on May 28th, 2025. No public speakers attended that meeting or submitted any written comments. Feedback from the traffic commissioners is summarized in the staff report. Pursuant to council direction, the city manager and CVUSD superintendent met and had constructive discussions about the program and potential long-term oversight options. CVUSD remains appreciative of the program and understands the challenges associated with low crossing numbers and a lack of students walking to school at some locations. Based on CVUSD's current organizational priorities and staffing limitations, however, they are unable to take a role in administering the program at this time. As such, the city will continue to fund and manage the crossing guard program going forward. In order to increase efficiencies and flexibility, staff recommends issuance of an RFP to explore administering the program via contract services in the future. The contractor who is ultimately selected is expected to have access to a larger pool of crossing guards throughout the region, which addresses past program challenges by improving overall coverage and consistency due to their more singularly focused resources. City staff would also closely oversee the contractor to ensure that the city's level of service, that the contractor's level of service meets the city's expectations. Another benefit of the contract services model is that it would allow CVUSD to self-fund additional locations that they may desire that are above and beyond the city's generous policy. School districts are expressly permitted to arrange for or deploy crossing guards in the state of California, and this is something that is done in many, many other jurisdictions. Contracting the program will also be, in general, will be the most efficient and transparent and economical by continuing to utilize the existing policy going forward to govern the program, whether or not the program is contracted out. Just some closing notes to provide some more information. The city will continue to manage the program in accordance with the 2023 policy. As I mentioned before, it's the most generous and flexible policy in the county. As an example, the new city policy has enabled 8 additional locations to qualify this year, more than double the amount of locations that would normally qualify under the state standards. Staff can explore contract services for future staffing of the program by 2026 and continue to oversee and fund the program. Staff will keep promoting walking to school via our outreach campaign, including our comprehensive walktoschoolto.org website that contains all walk and bike safety tips and grassroots tools to enable residents to mobilize their neighborhoods. We also propose to initiate quarterly senior level coordination and school safety check-ins between the Conejo Valley Unified School District, Public Works, and TOPD. We've actually got the first one getting scheduled for early August. And we will continue to make robust infrastructure and engineering improvements to our streets and intersections citywide, continuing the trend over the past several years, including opportunities to build more enhanced pedestrian crossings, traffic signals, and add more sidewalks and bike lanes citywide. Lastly, if desired by council, staff can apply any budget savings from the crossing guard program that may be realized towards any of these future bicycle and pedestrian safety projects to help accelerate those projects and keep advancing our infrastructure improvements. Just want to note again that the crossing guard program will continue to be adaptable, and the locations will continue to be added or removed in the future based on actual field counts in order to match the actual needs of the public and changes in parent and student transportation patterns. The recommendations are in the staff report and listed on this slide. And thank you very much. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Appreciate the report. Let me go to Councilmember Gutierrez. See your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor Newman. And thank you, staff, for bringing forth these recommendations after our first conversation and discussion related to the updated policy and the initial counts. I'd like to move that we vote on...
I'm sorry, Councilmember Gutierrez.
Our motion, excuse me.
Sorry. This is the question period.
Oh, excuse me, Mayor Newman. I apologize.
I am calling on you for questions if you have any of staff. I will come back to you for...
I have questions, but I think my comment is more related to a motion.
All right. Thank you. We'll come back to you during the comment period.
My apologies. Thank you.
Councilmember Adam.
So the 10 intersections in question this evening don't qualify either under state policy or our more liberal city policy, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. But these 10 intersections do have some sort of traffic monitor, what would you call it? Traffic regulation at these intersections, do they not?
Yes, all 10 intersections are controlled in some fashion, whether they're in a stop sign configuration, existing traffic signal, or rectangular rapid flashing beacons, basically some enhanced pedestrian crossings.
And 4 of them have this rapid flashing beacon system? Is that correct?
That is correct.
And would there be circumstances where the other 6 might end up with rapid flashing beacons as well?
Yeah, we're always looking at that. A few of them, one of them has a traffic signal, so there would be no purpose to add any additional signalized enhancements beyond the traffic signal. And there's a secondary location that's being contemplated for a new traffic signal. So there are other ones. Some of the existing beacons, we are always looking at upgrading to the latest technology. A few of the locations are at basically a cul-de-sac location with very low speeds and low traffic. So those generally, as we go across our progression of putting in enhanced pedestrian crossings, we've been focusing on those areas with higher speeds and more pedestrians. So I don't think those would rise to the top of the current list based on the low number of pedestrians crossing and the current configuration of those streets, but we will continue to deploy additional resources citywide.
Okay. But one way or another, all 10 intersections have traffic regulation to one degree or another. Okay. And it was mentioned, too, in the staff report that the, what do you want to call it, differential, the overage that would accrue in dollars could go to a pedestrian and walkability, bikeability efforts. What is that each year? How much would that be?
Well, currently there's no dedicated funding source for pedestrian or bike enhancements or improvements citywide. We've been leveraging grant funding for all of those type of projects, whether they're bike lanes or new sidewalks, and which we have been successful in obtaining that grant funding. But whatever additional local funds we have to apply toward those programs helps realize those improvements sooner and faster.
But it could be a fairly substantial amount of money, couldn't it?
It could be in a range of $100,000 or $200,000 a year.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I was getting at. And that would be annual, right? Okay. And just one other thing. The school district, at any time in the future, once we vote on outsourcing this crossing guard situation, which I'm totally in favor of, I think it makes sense, but it's very practical that we outsource it. It's difficult for the city to manage this thing. But the school district, if they saw fit, with one of these 10 intersections, could also participate with a crossing guard there if they chose to reimburse the outsourced company that would be running this, correct?
That is correct. That model exists in many, many cities across the state, including Culver City, and I think even Ventura has a similar model, and others where the city covers the ones that meet the city's requirements, and then the ones that are above and beyond or that are may be desired by the school district are covered or provided by the school district, either directly by the school district or with a piggyback contract to the same contractor who's doing the other work.
All right, that's good to know. It would seem to me that the school district would be the source based on parental input for where a crossing guard might be desired beyond our particular policies. So they could participate in that sense. All right, good to know. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Engler, and then Mayor Pro Tem Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to follow up on my colleague's question, the ability of us to provide further locations would be, because we have, 10 left, or 10 or 11 left now? Is that what I have right in my mind? We have 14 locations left. So now, should some other location rise to the level at which they do then qualify for our qualifications, would we then pick that up and have that as part of our repertoire?
Yes, certainly. That would be part of our annual evaluation process, which is open to additional locations being included or evaluated and analyzed. And That's happened every year. In fact, this year we counted 2 additional locations that were requested to see if they meet the policy or not, and we can continue to definitely do so in the future based on the requests that the school district would provide to us as to where they believe crossing guards would be suitable or based on pedestrian and parent and student transportation patterns.
So during that time, the school district may pick up the expense if it didn't qualify, but once it does qualify, then we would pick up the expense going forward from there?
That would be a very reasonable approach, yes.
Okay. Currently, we have, 10 locations that did not qualify. I remember a couple of years ago, many of these locations also did not qualify by our standards. What outreach was made specifically to any of these schools? I know that the mayor was involved in some walk-to-school things. I was involved in some walk-to-school things. I think we all were part of some of these efforts. What other, did that result in any increase that was noted, or was that simply something that was a good way to get the word out, but it didn't really bear any fruit?
In general, the more locations qualified this year. It was 14, and I think it was about 11 last year, so that is a slight improvement. Overall, the numbers are roughly the same. The past, there really wasn't a 30% increase in walking to school across the board or anything like that. So I think maybe people are fixed in their ways of transporting, getting to school, and maybe that's been difficult to break through to, but that's something we're continuing to push on with our resources, with social media, with our website, with communication with the school district and other means that we can try to, share the information to people that it is safe to walk to school, and we have these resources.
So part of our effort will be continue some of the social media and ACORN items that we mentioned in our staff report. That'll continue into the future as well.
Yes, that education and outreach would definitely continue.
Well, one final question, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. In terms of the contractor, can you go a little bit into some of the time frames as far as getting that a contractor in place? Would it be in time for this new school year, or would it be sometime later than that? And how would we make that transition?
Yeah, that selection process, that procurement process would need to go through our RFP and open procurement process, and it's anticipated that could be concluded as early as late fall and be prepared for maybe a start of the school year right after the winter break. That would probably be the earliest time that such a transition could occur.
So you would try to do it at the major breaks that occur during the school year? So if we missed the winter break, then perhaps we would have off until end of next school year?
Yeah, that's very likely.
I know it's speculation on your part, but okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. I too have a few questions. A couple of questions on methodology in the survey that resulted in the policy recommending cuts at 10 out of 24 locations. The first question is how counts are done. I'm not asking about the state standards or county standards, but what we're doing here in Thousand Oaks. If a mother is crossing a street with a student, let's say in one hand, and then has a second student in the other hand, or a baby in the other arm or something, so there are 3 people crossing the street, how does the survey count those 3 persons?
Yeah, so the crossing guard count process, it takes place on clear weather days, on Tuesdays through Thursdays. We avoid holidays and we avoid special events that the schools have, et cetera. In terms of the counts, the entire program is based on school crossing guards, so it's for students walking to school. So in that example you had, that counts as one school-age pedestrian walking to school.
Okay, so 3 people we count in the survey methodology as 1.
Yes.
Okay, and then you brought up there are some blackout periods, as it were, in the survey methodology. But with regard to, we had several candidates that are up for being cut here. that were close to, but still under the threshold for being cut. And my question on the counting methodology is, what was the number of days that were actually counted? I understand there may have been repeat counts because of inclement weather, but the actual counts that went into the numbers we see in the spreadsheet, how many times was that counted?
Yeah, so those counts are individual days. It's a representative day of a typical school day. And we also, in the current council adopted policy, we have this like 2-year abatement period. So it basically, that prevents any 1 year's count of being artificially low from really affecting or causing that school to lose their intersection. So for crossing guard services. So that's one factor that was kind of built in to help safeguard against any one-day anomaly. So you have multiple years in a row, you have to be, not qualify in order to then be placed on the discontinue list.
Sorry, but that's not the question I'm asking. What I'm asking is, for a given count, for a given corner in a given year, how many days counting does that, there's some number, 1 or more days counting that is represented in that entry in a spreadsheet. And what I'm asking is, how many days is that? Is it 1 day? Is it
Yes,
more than 1 day?
It's a single day.
Single day. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Engler talked a little bit about the private agency. There's a contracting process. It would take some time to do that, possibly as early as starting after the winter break, if we get someone under contract by then. What would happen in the interim? Would the policy kick in so there would be fewer crossing guards, but the ones that are contracted or are still around would be employed by the city, as they always have been since 1964? We'd continue business as usual, just at fewer corners. Is that it?
I'm not sure I followed it. I mean, yes, the policy would be utilized whether the city is providing the crossing guard services or the third party is performing the actual.
I guess what I'm asking is, when schools reopen in late August or whenever the crossing guards begin again, would they continue to be city employees at that point? And would the cuts take effect at that date, or when this new outsourced contractor would begin?
Yeah, the city would, as we currently stand, the city would be continuing to manage the program, and at the current number of locations that did qualify for crossing guards in 2025, 2026, which is the 14 locations, starting with the school year next month.
Okay, so the cuts would take effect beginning with the school year.
Correct, in accordance with the city policy.
And the remaining ones would be, remaining crossing guards would continue to be employed by the city until this new agency, outsourced agency, is brought under contract.
Correct.
Okay. There was mention before about if there was a desire on CVUSD's part to add corners back in, to have the district underwrite that. There's nothing stopping. My question about that are there additional opportunities for public-private partnerships if philanthropies or local corporations or other private entities said, hey, we want to do something for public safety here, we'd like to contribute so that some crossing guards could be kept? Is there a structure or facility in the city to be able to do that?
That would maybe be a question to be coordinated by CVUSD. I think since we have an existing policy, following that policy appears to be that doesn't allow for other locations to be added as a result of circumstances beyond the actual qualifying factors, I guess is what I'm alluding to.
Right,
so.
but just so I'm clear on this, I think if I understood correctly, in response to Councilmember Adams' question, you said if the district wanted to add additional corners and pay for those, that is something that could happen. And I'm asking the same question, but with the funding coming from other sources, possibly private sources, is there a structure to make that happen if we're interested in adding resources above and beyond what the survey results show?
Maybe I'll take that one because I sat down with the school superintendent on this. I think the answer is yes. It would need to be, from our perspective, coordinated by CVUSD. Right?
Okay.
And that is because that would be an identification of a unique need at a school site. And so we would want that ranging from them.
Okay. And then following up on another question Councilmember Adam asked, he made the point in about consultation with the district and said CVUSD, I'm quoting directly, CVUSD is the source on expertise. Said CVUSD is the source. And I would agree with that the district has greater expertise in some areas, such as knowing which corners might need more attention, such as being closer to students and parents through principals, through PTAs, through DACs. They've got all these other interfaces with the student community that, even despite all the good efforts that we in city government are doing, we're not as close as the city is. So my question around this is I understand the district feels it can't administer this program, but how can we continue to work with the district and get the input where they're the experts, not us, and help that input shape our program here?
Yeah, that's definitely a great topic and a good focus. And we've initiated, as I mentioned earlier, we have this initial meeting coming up with them. We have a close connection with the assistant superintendent who's in charge of this for the school district, and we're going to be initiating quarterly meetings with them and our senior staff to address these issues. And I think Jeremy from TOPD is also going to be involved in those to help address this kind of focus going forward, as localized focus.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Newman, since you did mention me.
Yes, sir.
What I was saying is that as far as the district being the source, they're the source because they have the closest to the parental input.
Exactly.
I believe.
Fully agree.
Okay, good. And I will also say, just as the city has had to dedicate staff members to work these intersections when crossing guards were not available, that would not preclude the district also from dedicating a staff member or two if they chose to work one of these crosswalks.
Any agreement is always...
That's up to the district.
Right. And that's my point, is any agreement requires a meeting of the minds. My understanding from the staff report is the district feels it does not currently have the resources to administer that.
They may feel that way, yeah.
Right.
But what they would do in the future is coordinate that with the outsourced provider for this service.
And my question is, because I agree with you that the district has expertise in these areas and because it's closest to the students, and my question was how we in the city can incorporate that kind of input. I wasn't asking about some administration process question, because the city and the district have had that discussion, and the district has said we can't do this.
I think the intent of this evening is, based on the staff report, is that the district would be coordinating with our outsourced provider, not us. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Powers?
Well, maybe if I can stress, even with an outsourced provider, we're going to be administering the program. So, and what Mr. Hodari stressed is, the establishment of some quarterly meetings with the district, something the superintendent and I chatted about. In our conversation, the superintendent didn't have any specific mentions of any issues that principals are bringing in or any things, but those all come up, and situations evolve and emerge and change. There's speeding that happens occasionally around certain locations, and so that's why we're going to have Jeremy and his traffic team join in those discussions as well. Just an opportunity as we look to continue evolving to keep that conversation going, and as the needs arise, our team can help provide technical assistance and guidance about, okay, what might be the best treatment in these different areas. And if it is ultimately that the district decides that they would like to look at funding a resource, they'd have that opportunity. As Mr. had already mentioned, they also have a chance to use district resources should that come, but they may not choose to do any of that. But really, I think I'm heartened by the fact that they've already got a meeting on the books to get this school year off and running. And I think we've looked at ways to strengthen what we've had in the past, the resiliency of the program with a deeper pool by this action.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Let's go now to public comments. Mayor Pro Tem Taylor, sorry.
Okay, thank you. I have a question. It's more of a clarifying question, though. For the school board not feeling like they could administer or send resources to help facilitate our policy, this is a step so that potentially they wouldn't have to administer, but if they had the funds, this sounds like a solution for what a lot of us in the last meeting were really hoping for, was a partnership between the entities that would maybe be a better approach to help some of these schools that aren't qualifying under the current policy. That's correct, right?
Yes, that is correct. And that would, if we get the right contractor on board, that could be a quite straightforward or turnkey approach for them to, pick up additional locations if those are desired.
Okay, that's all I wanted confirmation on. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions before we go to public comment? All right, we have 3 public comment speakers. The first is here in person, and that is Ms. Janie Alberg. Good evening again.
Hello again. I am a 13-year resident of Newbury Park. My kids attended Banyan Elementary School for 3rd to 5th grade. We walked when we first moved here. They rode their bikes when they were older. We also carpooled. We need to cross Lynn Road to get to Banyan. That is an intersection that needs a crossing guard. Yes, there's a light there, but that speed limit is 50 miles an hour. And even though there's a light at Reno and there's a light at Wendy, it's still a dangerous intersection. So I urge you to include that Banyan crossing guard. When the kids went to Sequoia, I drove them and I dropped them off across the street, and they used the crossing guard and the traffic light there. When they went to Newbury Park High, I drove them to Borchard Park or across the street from Newbury Park High, and then later on, my son would take the 1.5-mile walk to Newbury Park High. Our kids were walkers. I understand that the staff recommends that you have a third-party agent that could do better of having a consistent staffing. But I want you to make sure that you understand these points, that cutting crossing guards does not align with your city goals and values of improved walkability and bikeability. As a former parent of a Newbury Park mountain bike team member, bikeability is important here, and we should recognize that cutting school crossing guards does not urge kids to walk or bike to school. And I urge you to consider that while there may be indeed a need for crossing guards at crosswalks and that minimum standard, let's figure out a way to make these exceptions like Banyan and Arbalest. The other thing is when you're using this where's my notes? This third-party system, maybe there's a way to pause on cutting those crossing guards that you're considering crossing, even though they don't meet the standards, because this is, again, something about trust for those residents and not wanting your kid to walk to school because you don't know if the crossing guard's going to be there or not may change if you're outsourcing this if you're staffing this more consistently. That may change the numbers. And then I know you all have mentioned that this has nothing to do with budget, but indeed it does. But asking CVUSD to self-fund is, I think, ridiculous. The school district has a lot that they self-fund, and the city should pay for this, since you don't, that's not a factor. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker online is Ms. Kinsey Flame. Ms. Flame, are you there?
I am. Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening, council members. My name is Kinsey Flame, and I am here today as a parent and a concerned member of our community. I want to express my deep concern about the proposed policy changes that would result in the removal of several crossing guards throughout our city. Crossing guards are not just helpful, they are a critical part of our children's daily lives and the safety of our neighborhoods. When a crossing guard is present, there is a visible and tangible sense of safety. Their presence calms traffic, signals to drivers to be alert, and most importantly, gives children and families the confidence to walk to school without fear. They are more than just employees. They are trusted community members who show up, rain or shine, to protect our kids. Road safety is not the school district's area of expertise. Shifting responsibility or cost to the school district is not only unfair, it's irresponsible. Traffic, infrastructure, and pedestrian safety fully square within the city's jurisdiction. I urge the council to consider two alternate paths. Option A, a contact directly with the crossing guard service to provide and gather accurate and complete statistical data, then provide families with assurance that there will be a crossing guard at every designated crossing, not just sometimes, and not just on certain days. Families deserve the consistency and transparency to revisit the issue next year with honest and true information. Option B, if the city still plans to remove crossing guards, then use the savings to fully upgrade those intersections to meet safety standards. That includes flashing beacons, improved signage, better visibility, and appropriate traffic calming measures. If we are removing the human element, then we must ensure that infrastructure is prepared to take its place. Crossing, they're the front line of safety passage. Please do not take this decision lightly. And I have to say, thinking about a principal of an elementary school or any staff member at an elementary school having to leave school to go to the street and be the crossing guard is absolutely crazy. Sometimes we have a principal that is in charge of 400 kids. And asking them to take on that responsibility with everything else that they are taking on, especially budget cuts, just doesn't seem like the best idea for our community. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen, and have a great evening.
Thank you, Ms. Flame. Our final speaker on this public comment is in person. It's Mr. Mark Perryman. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Newman, council members. I'm Mark Perryman. I'm born and raised here in Thousand Oaks. Let's just stop for a moment. You may not hear it in this room, but there are over 16,000 public school children that are in this city, attending Conejo Valley Unified. Each one is a part of a family that chose to make Thousand Oaks their home. Think about why you moved here, why you chose to raise your family here. It wasn't just the weather or the open space, it was the sense of community, the safety, and the belief that this city looks out for its families. Now think about one of the major selling points of this community, something that members of the Conejo-Simi Moore-Park Association of Realtors proudly highlight every day. We have some of the best schools in the state of California. Families move here because they trust the city to put kids first. And for 60 years, this city has kept that promise, funding crossing guards to help protect students at school zones across Thousand Oaks. These aren't just city employees. They are part of the fabric of our mornings. They're the reasons thousands of families feel confident letting their children walk or bike to school. That's what's at stake here. When we start reworking policies with thresholds and cost calculations, we risk losing the human side of public safety. We lose sight of the real faces behind the numbers, children crossing busy intersections, parents trusting the city to protect them. So we need to ask ourselves, is this really the direction we want to go? Public safety is one of the biggest investments in this city's budget, and rightfully so. But why are we even considering stepping back when it comes to protecting the youngest members of our community? Crossing guards don't just manage traffic, they provide presence, they provide peace of mind. In a world that can sometimes feel out of control, they provide consistency and care every morning and every afternoon. So I'm asking you, Council, please reevaluate the elimination of almost half of our guards and why our children's public safety must be cut. Let's keep Thousand Oaks a place where kids are safe, schools are strong, and families know that this council stands with them. Thank you.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, does that conclude our public speakers for the evening?
Yes.
Thank you. We'll go back to staff for any responses to public comment. Mr. Hadari?
Yes, thank you very much. Just a couple of follow-ups. The Banyan site, which is at Lynn and Knollwood, currently has an enhanced pedestrian crossing on it. It's not an uncontrolled intersection. There is a mechanism there as we speak. Also, we are, a couple of the speakers discussed modifying the policy or the changes being made tonight. There are no changes being made tonight. There's no retooling or modifying of the policy. So I just wanted to make that note. In fact, the policy as currently written has the counts for the following year based on the report that was provided and concluded in May. And so tonight there's no vote, I guess, necessarily on removing locations. And I don't, just as I mentioned earlier, the program has always evolved and grown and contracted based on actual needs of the public, and that's happened since the beginning. This isn't the only time that locations may be added or removed from the crossing guard program, and it likely won't be the last time also in the future. So there has been other locations removed in the not too distant past, and so this is not the first action or first step of this kind for the city. I think that concludes the response to comments.
Thank you. And City Attorney Noonan also has a response as well.
Yeah, I'm just going to follow up on Mr. Hadari's comments. I just want to make clear what's before the city council tonight. So, because I think based on the public comments, there might be some confusion. What's before the council tonight is two things: authorizing staff to issue an RFP and directing staff to identify future potential projects. The locations that will be staffed with crossing guards, that decision was made on May 6th pursuant to the city adopted policy. So tonight you are not voting on a list of locations. That decision was made on May 6th. And in accordance with the policy, after the decision was made by the Public Works Director, it was brought to the City Council and it was brought to the TTAC. So that issue is not before the City Council tonight. That was a decision that was made on May 6th.
Thank you. And just a clarification on that, I see 4 recommendations here, not 2. One is CEQA, so
Yeah,
let's
one
just
is
count
CEQA,
that out.
right.
But there are 3 others.
Receive the
report.
Right.
An RFP for this outside outsourcing agency.
Right.
And then council input on where cost savings would be used.
Correct.
Okay.
You're just receiving a report. You're not making a decision on the report.
Thank you for that clarification. Before we go to discussion, are there any additional questions of staff? I do have one additional question based on public comments. There was a comment made about tolling, which was a discussion previously, or a suggestion made previously, that if the district, if management was handed to the district, there was a discussion, or at least the possibility of, the technical term is tolling, T-O-L-L-I-N-G. Essentially, it's a 1 or 2 year hold, or a hold for some period, because new management is in effect to see what the changes would do. I guess my question would be, why isn't that part of the discussion tonight, given that we are contemplating a change in management?
Well, I think, just to answer that question as succinctly as I can, I mean, that was a discussion. We were going to hand the program, thus the policy in effect is not the city's policy anymore. And so recognizing that there would need to be a transition period when that occurred, I think that was the point of that discussion, because there was some notification period with the new guards and others.
Okay, so I want to make sure I understand what you just said. You're distinguishing between the policy, which remains in place on the one hand, and the management, which would change, and saying that even though the management would be different, this would be managed by someone else, that because the policy is still in place, there would be no potential for tolling. Do I understand that correctly?
For us, it's just an administration, right? We're administering the council's policy, and whether we do that under our direct city employees or whether that's a contract resource. So we're administering the city's policy. If the district was overseeing this program, then it's the district's program. We're just supporting it.
I'm still unclear where tolling fell out of that.
Tolling was simply an option for the council to recognize that if the district was willing to do that, we didn't want to put that pressure. If the district was willing to take the program on, that pressure didn't exist to execute on that within the first semester of the school year.
Why is tolling not an option given a change in management only? Not change in policy, I get that part. But because we are contemplating a change in management here.
If I may, I think what the city manager is referring to is that the city is going to continue to oversee the crossing guard program. So as a result of that, the policy is still in effect. If the entire program was going to be now managed by the school district, that would be a different story.
I do not agree with that statement at all, but I will save my dissent on that and the reasons for that to the comments period. Thank you. I appreciate the answers on this. Are there any other questions? We're still in questions here. Councilmember Engler.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Mayor. Just a question. There was one of our speakers who mentioned a reliability issue or a reliability concept on the part of parents that there could not be a crossing guard on any particular day. How has our staffing been this year? Was it up to a reliability level, or was that something in the past that occurred? Or can you please fill me in a little bit about how our staffing did fill in this year?
Yeah, the staffing was significantly improved this year. The major labor shortages that had been experienced were closer to like the post-COVID era, 2021, 2022, et cetera. So we had significantly improved, and in fact, most of the locations, if we had an absence or two once a month, et cetera, those were taken into account for those campuses that had one or two pedestrians crossing, and really didn't reach the more active locations. So those campuses, whether there was a guard there or not, there's a guard there 99%, 95% of the time, and maybe there isn't occasionally. There's still their counts, and their counts for the past several years have been in single digits. So I don't think the presence of a guard that extra few percent of the time would quadruple their counts and take them over that threshold. So that based on that, we're comfortable with the fact that we had significantly improved staffing throughout the program this year.
So to your knowledge, it was a reliable staffing. To your knowledge, was there any chronic issues that would lead to our public's comment on that?
Again, the locations that are first implemented without a crossing guard in case of the significant absences, those are the lowest count locations. So if you're only focusing on those one or two campuses, then maybe there still some room for improvement there. But by and large, throughout the program, there was robust staffing throughout the year.
Any other questions of staff? Okay, thank you.
Mayor Newman, I don't know that you saw my hand. Apologies.
I did. I didn't know if you were raising your hand for a question or we're going to comment.
I do have a question this time.
Go ahead.
And I'm just piggybacking here off of Councilmember Engler's line of questions around staff being improved and what kind of effects or trust and reliability there may have been as a result. And so I want to take a step back further and ask the question of, during the last staff improvement, post-COVID, did we see a positive impact in the counts at any one or number of schools?
As we discussed earlier, there were more schools qualified this year versus the last year or the year before, so.
Perfect. I think that's a really great reflection for us to take into consideration as we move into, while we're not changing the policy or reviewing the policy, we are changing the management and administration of staffing the policy. It's a good reflection to take into consideration. And I think to the public comment that was made and to Mayor Newman's, reserved dissent for the tolling period being removed from negotiation and or something that we're not seeing presented as part of the recommendation this time around, because we did all vote that was a good element of, if there was going to be a change, that we would want, and maybe it wasn't explicitly stated, but with the understanding that the management or the execution of staffing or any number of reasons, but there was going to be a change that impacted, again, maybe not the policy, but how it was being managed and staffed, would be a good way to onboard those changes. And I think my question, I'm prefacing in this way, and because I want to ask very, very plainly, while it isn't a recommendation, we can or we cannot, during this, or using the same policy as is, and while changing the management of the staffing of the policy, extend that tolling period if at the discretion or at the direction of council, should we choose to. We can or we cannot.
I can answer that. I can answer the question.
Councilmember Gutierrez, I want to be sure I understand the question you're asking. Are you asking, can the council do tolling under the current policy? Is that the question?
Yeah, I like, we make an amendment to one of the recommendations.
Okay. City Attorney Noonan.
Right. So let's start with what tolling is. Okay, so tolling.
Yeah, that would be a good idea. Tolling period. I don't see that anywhere in any of the staff report. I don't see it in any of the recommendations.
It was.
I think it's a term
Where
Mayor
did this
Newman
come from?
Right. So
used, but it was something that was proposed by our city manager.
Right. So tolling is basically what it means is we're going to temporarily suspend implementation or suspend doing something. That's what tolling is. And the reason why tolling was discussed at the last meeting, because again, the policy was implemented, the decision was made on May 6th pursuant to the policy on May 6th. On May 20th, per the policy, the results were also presented to the TTAC for their review. Not to make a decision, because again, per the policy, a decision is made on May 6th. And then it's presented to, actually it was the TTAC on May 28th, City Council on May 20th. May 20th City Council meeting is when the discussion took place on possibly outsourcing it to the school district. And the premise of the tolling was, if a new entity was going to completely take over the program and create their own criteria, the whole purpose of that was the school district might want those additional locations, and they might have other locations that we hadn't even evaluated. We knew that there were going to be, based on the policy that was adopted and the results of the counts, we knew that there was going to be elimination of certain locations. And we knew that there was concerns that were expressed over that by the school district and by parents. So if the school district wanted to take over the program and create their own criteria to determine what locations they were going to staff with crossing guards, what the city manager said was, we can consider tolling it while we work out transitioning it to them. But that did not happen. The school district clearly indicated that they cannot take over that program. So at this point, our RFP process is not to completely abdicate our management responsibility. It is still our program. It is still our policy. There's nothing to toll because we're implementing that policy, regardless of whether it is Nader Hidari, our Public Works Director, or a contractor that Nader's staff administers. It is the same program. There will be no changes to the program. So there's no tolling that is before the City Council tonight because there's nothing to toll. There's no changes to the program.
Can I just say, if we were to hire a contractor to run this program, they don't set the criteria.
No,
we do.
They are implementing the policy.
That's all that is.
That was adopted by the City
That's
Council.
exactly right.
Okay, thank you for responding to Councilmember Gutierrez's question. Are there other questions before we go to discussion? Councilmember Engler.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the discussion about tolling. Nothing would preclude us as a council tonight of putting our policy in abeyance, though, if we felt like it. I'm not advocating for it, but that's not tolling. That's just putting our policy in abeyance.
The concern I have with that, Councilmember Engler, is that under the Brown Act, if there was an inkling to change our policy, basically, rescind or in place a moratorium on it, that needs to be on an agenda item. That was not the direction that staff was given last time. The discussion regarding tolling, I wasn't at the meeting, but I did review the actual hearing. The discussion that was presented to the city to the City Council and the direction that was given by City Council was to reach out to the school district. I don't recall at any time a City Council member saying that they wanted to postpone implementation of the policy and asking that staff bring it back for consideration tonight. So my concern is that while there is great flexibility in what a council can do, there's no decision on the policy tonight, and that's what my concern is that that's really not before the council tonight. I'm just trying to protect you guys here on this. If there was this desire, I didn't see it from the May 20th City Council meeting. I never heard any council member say, I want staff to bring back an item for consideration of postponing the program or changing the program or anything like that.
Right.
Thank you for the clarification.
Just to be clear on the source of this term tolling, it was part of our most recent discussion. It was something suggested by the city manager, and hence our question of where tolling fell out of the discussion.
I think, again, just to reemphasize one last time, it's part of good faith negotiation, right? If a program is going to fully leave one entity to go to another, the tolling aspect was one to not put pressure on your partner agency in accordance with that negotiation.
Okay. Are there any other questions of staff? Okay. In the discussion / motion, I'm going to go back to Councilmember Gutierrez, who had her hand up. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Newman. And I think this last conversation on tolling further encourages me to make the motion that I want to make as part of my comments to separate the voting of the recommendations out so that we can clearly say what we're in agreement on and what we feel may need more discussion and or we can't vote in favor of. Because in my last comments on this issue, I was one of the council members who explicitly said, go into discussions, be creative, and what I don't want to happen is for the only outcome to, or the only actionable objective of these discussions to be handing off to the district. And this is great. This is exactly what I asked for. We found another solution. It's a very reasonable and strategic staffing solution. But I didn't want to lose the ability to then take into consideration any changes that are being made, whether it be the administration, the policy owner, or who manages, or all of the language we've used. The opportunity to see how our changes positively impact the trust and safety that our families feel with each of the decisions that we make. So I premise in this way because I want to make a motion that we vote individually on the recommendations of staff. This way we can, because I think we're all in agreement that the RFP makes complete sense. The staffing, we already have, I think, a consensus of, yes, this makes sense. And so I'd like to do it for that reason. And then I'll leave it at that. That's the motion, is if we can parcel out the recommendations, vote on them individually, starting with the RFP, because that seems to be where we have the most consensus, and then move through the other recommendations, so that there might be edits or I'm losing the language right now, but additions or suggestions, direction from council as we all make comments.
Councilmember Gutierrez, thank you for your motion. May I propose a friendly amendment?
Sure.
I think the one that you were centering on is recommendation 2, which is the outsourcing of the program. Are you amenable to having the other 3 be part of a second vote, or are you looking to have individual votes on recommendations 1 and 3 as well?
I guess I'll look to you or council to help me, get to where I'm trying to go here.
Okay. So why don't we start then? You've made a motion for an individual vote on the RFP, recommendation 2.
Correct.
So why don't we start there? And
I thought that the motion is to vote individually.
yeah.
So
yeah.
that's the first motion.
Well, I had asked if she was okay, and please correct me if this is wrong, council member. I had asked if you were okay with essentially having 2 votes. One would be the item you're looking to pull out, which is the RFP, vote separately on that, and then have a second vote on the other items, unless you feel that I don't want to have a separate vote on the CEQA thing. It applies to everything, right? But I don't know that a separate vote on each of 1 and 3 is merited, but if you do, I'm happy to entertain that as well.
I think my hope is, and I'll just kind of put all my cards out there, I would love to have the separated number 2 recommendation vote, and then the others separate as well, because I'd like to make a recommendation to number 1 that allows us to, whether it's on a future agenda, revisit the policy so that it may allow us for that 1 to 2 year period where we can staff, because again, reflecting on the post-COVID staffing increase, capture whatever positive outcomes there might be from this change in staffing.
I think sorry to interrupt, but I think you're recommending, or your motion rather, is rejecting my friendly amendment and recommending separate votes on all 3 items, with each being considered CEQA exempt, correct?
Sure, yes.
Okay. All right. And are you, well, let me propose one more friendly amendment. Since you raised the RFP, are we okay with having the motion to vote on that first and then move to
Please.
discussion on the others?
So, but the motion before you can even vote on that is whether to agree to vote individually on the recommendation.
Okay,
That's the motion.
understood.
Wonderful,
So
thank
that's
you.
the first motion that you make.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So there's a motion on the floor. Any discussion on that motion?
Yeah, I thought that's what we do, is vote individually on motions. We don't?
No. When, for
So when they come
example,
and ask me for my vote, I'm not voting individually?
no. When you made a motion.
And I don't
earl-
understand why,
Excuse me,
what's
earlier,
the point? Can I
earlier
finish, please?
earlier this evening, when you made a motion, it was on a staff item that had something like 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 recommendations. We didn't vote on each separately. That's what's
Okay.
has been moved.
What is the point of separating these staff recommendations? To what end? Why would we do that? What is the point of doing
in
that?
this case,
It's just trying to
because-
somehow, what's the point?
May I answer the question?
Please do.
In this case, there are elements of this. There are different recommendations here, and in some of them, some council members approve of some, but not all of the recommendations. And by breaking this out, we can agree on what we agree on, and then move to discussion on what we may or may not agree on. That's what the point is.
Well, it looks to me there's 2 very simple recommendations here that we look to find an outside contractor to implement our crossing guard policy, and any money left over, we use it to continue to try to enhance biking and walkability, which we may end up with more crossing guards ultimately.
Yeah,
So-
so your statement is assuming that there's agreement on all of these points, which may or may not be a true statement. And by breaking this out, again, we can vote on where there is agreement. Let's do that. Get concurrence where we do meet, and then discuss where we don't or might not. So in answer to your question of what's the point, that's the point.
That's the point.
Is let's agree on
That
what we can
we
agree
may
on.
just,
and
some
separate
members
out.
may agree and disagree on number 2 and versus number 3.
That's the virtue of separate votes, yes.
Okay.
Are there any other questions or discussion on the motion that's on the floor?
Mayor Newman, if I may,
Councilmember.
and council, please weigh in here. If it pleases the council more for me to make a motion with an amendment to the recommendations that I'd like to amend, I just think we lose where we agree if I do that. And I'm really looking for where we agree to prioritize that, and then to make an argument or further the discussion around where I think there's room for improvement.
Yeah, Councilmember, I agree. I think the existing motion that's on the floor makes that point. It's saying, let's vote on these separately. Let's see where there's concurrence and where there's non-concurrence. I don't feel that an additional amendment is needed to make that, but maybe I'm missing something. I don't think so. I think the idea of breaking these out separately is something I would support, because as I just stated with Councilmember Adam, I think there may be items where we agree unanimously on some recommendations and possibly are not unanimous on others. So I would support the idea of your current motion, but if you think it needs some changing or there's something missing from that, I'm not getting what needs changing from the current motion.
It seems to me that 2 and 3 are complementary to each other and
Yes, they are.
intrinsic with each other.
Agreed.
They're bound together. So how do you split them apart and vote on each one?
Mr. Mayor, there's really 4 items here, 3 of any substance. I think, and I agree with, I have no problem with going separately. Each one would have its own motion, so therefore we can have our own, if Councilmember Gutierrez wants to continue, she can add her parts to each motion, and then we can decide whether we want to go with those motions or not. But let's keep it simple, just go down the line, and then vote one by one.
Right. I think I would agree with that. Anyway, as City Attorney Noonan has noted, we're not voting on the recommendations right now. We're voting on the question of Councilmember Gutierrez's motion, which is to vote individually on the recommendations. Yeah. And may I assume, just to keep it simple, as per...
So how's that look?
Councilmember Englers, let me finish my question.
Okay, well, I'm just going to say, we're going to vote.
Excuse me,
How does that look?
I'm speaking. I'm
Okay,
speaking,
just
okay?
let me know how that looks.
Is that okay?
Sure.
Thank you. When we are looking at 4 recommendations, I heard City Attorney Noonan say previously that 3 of them, all of those are CEQA exempt. So are we really voting on 3 and just saying in each vote we are considering these? That's my question.
That's the easiest way to.
So it's really 3 votes, not 4. Okay, I was just asking that process question. Now,
That's what I'm
Councilmember
asking.
Adam,
How does that look?
that's how it would work. There would
Tell
be
me
3
again.
votes. 3 votes.
We're going to vote 3 times.
We're going to vote on each of the recommendations separately.
On
That's
2?
how it would work.
Which ones?
1, 2, and 3.
1, 2, and 3.
Yes, sir. That's how it would work.
That's how it would work. Okay.
So that is the motion before us is not a vote on the recommendations. It's a motion on whether to vote on these separately. Right. So unless there's any further questions on that, I think we're all clear on what we're voting on. Yes? Madam Clerk, please prepare us for a vote.
Councilmember Adam?
Hold on one second.
Oh, sorry. I guess there are questions.
The question on what we're voting on, we're going to vote on to separate these out? Is that what we're
Yes.
doing?
That's
Okay.
the motion on the floor.
Thank
I
you.
understand
To
from the
vote
city attorney, we are
individually on
required
each staff
first
recommendation.
to do that.
Yes, that's the motion
Right.
on the floor.
Very good.
Okay, so
Pardon me for asking, but this is rather murky, okay, and rather irregular, but I get the motion
It's
now.
not.
I wanted a little clarification. We're going to vote on 1, 2, and 3 separately.
Councilmember Adam, we do this frequently with the consent calendar, all the time. We pull items out of that all the time. We have the power to vote individually if we choose, and that's the question before us. Okay, are we ready to vote? Very good. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Adam?
Yeah. So,
Councilmember Engler?
Yes.
Councilmember Gutierrez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Taylor?
Yes.
And Mayor Newman?
Aye.
And that motion passes 5-0.
Very good. So we move now to individual votes on the 3 items. So I need a motion on recommendation 1, which is to receive the report.
I'll move recommendation 1, B1.
Very good.
That's right. And we'll find that this act is not defined under CEQA.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on this item before we vote?
I have a
Councilmember,
clarifying question. I want to make sure that, I would like to propose an amendment, but I want to make sure that I'm within my purview here, or, because I heard you loud and clear, Ms. Noonan, that we are not voting on the policy, and that the decisions about, moving from 24 crosswalk, because that's what I'm trying to capture, that, or separate out from the last conversation to this conversation, that we just blanketed a yes across the board. We lost a lever, a bargaining chip, but more so an opportunity to safeguard the offering to our community. That's the position and kind of the lever that I'm trying to harness right now. So what I'm hoping to do is say that the amendment be, we can receive the staff report, but that we not, I think the language here, and correct me if I'm wrong again, in accordance with City Council approved 2023 crossing guard policy. So my amendment would be to receive the report, but to delay, and I forget what term you used, Councilmember Engler, to abate, maybe, I forget what the language was.
Abeyance.
Hold in abeyance.
There you go. The update, and to assign some period of time between now and the RFP being secured. And again, I'm just looking for like a rollover period, an opportunity to capture the positive outcomes of a decision we make, so that it might influence the qualifications of crossing, and maybe it doesn't, but I would love the opportunity. I would love to prioritize the city's resident comments and our goals of walkability and safety in this way. So that is my amendment, and please correct me or redirect me if this, has moved outside of my purview.
All right. Okay. I want to unpack that just a little bit. So I think what you're asking for, council member, is you are making a motion to amend the motion. Let's start with that. Is that what you're doing? In other words, we would vote on your motion before we would vote on Mayor Pro Tem Taylor's motion. So you are proposing a motion to receive the report. I know you said hold in abeyance the update, but there's no update. The update was just reporting back to you the conversation with the school district. There's no update to the policy that is before the council. That's
no update to the policy. But the update to the program, which would mean the removal of 10 crossing walks.
Right. So that's not what the update to the program is. The program is not being changed. I think what you are asking for is to receive the report, but to basically hold in abeyance the implementation. In other words, the removal of those intersections that did not qualify. I think it'd be clearer if that's your motion, is to hold in abeyance implementing the policy. Actually, it's been implemented, but to hold in abeyance removal of the locations that have been removed under the policy. Does that make sense?
Yes.
I have a parliamentary or procedural question on
Don't
this.
do that to me at this time, please.
I know it's late,
guys
and
are
I'm
killing
sorry.
me.
And I know we have another item after this, but
Okay.
I just want to understand how we proceed with this. Under some rules of order, when there's an existing motion on the floor, as there is from Mayor Pro Tem Taylor, motions can be attached, or motions can be, in other rule systems, motions can be substituted. And I think you just proposed the latter, correct?
Under the rules of parliamentary procedure, you tried to make
Well, there are
someone tried to make a friendly
multiple rules.
amendment. The maker of the motion has the right to accept that. If it's not accepted, then just the motion to amend is voted on first. In other words, are you in favor of adding Councilmember Gutierrez's language to Mayor Pro Tem Taylor's motion?
It's a standard Robert's Rules
Unless
procedure.
Mayor Pro Tem Taylor accepts the amendment and adds it to his motion, you have to vote on the motion to amend.
So as the
first.
moderator
it's
of
up
this
to-
meeting, I'm
it's
going
up
to
to
ask
me.
Mayor Pro Tem Taylor, do
yes.
you accept that amendment?
What I would recommend is to hold my motion and vote on that motion. If that motion doesn't pass, is there then an ability to go to her motion?
So if your motion doesn't,
Basically,
if you're not
the other
willing
way
to
around.
accept the friendly amendment and she's not willing to withdraw the motion, then you have to vote on her motion first.
got it. Okay.
Other discussion, questions?
Didn't somebody say in the beginning of this, we're going to keep it simple? What happened? I mean, this is so convoluted at this point. The last thing I
There were two-
remember, can I finish? We voted to vote on these 3 items. And now all of a sudden, we're going to start changing the items that we were supposed to be voting on.
We're voting
if
on-
you're against cutting the 10 guards, why don't you just vote no on the whole thing? Why are we going through this torturous route?
Thank you for your comment.
Yeah, you're
Councilmember
welcome.
Engler?
I need some clarification. I think on the substitute motion or the amended motion, or held in abeyance for how long and on what criteria?
To me, so I'm at minimum a year. I think just allowing for the staffing to be driven by the third party effectively for a year, so that we can capture, it's also a measurement of effectiveness, right? Like of the agency. So this is also a measurement of performance of the agency that we can get right off the bat. So this is,
Councilmember, if I may, you proposed, there were two questions from Councilmember Engler, for how long, and then on what basis? And I want to go back.
The basis is capturing the positive impacts, measurement of performance, I don't know, effectiveness of the overhead that will be paying to have an agency staff the crossing guards. I mean, it's good business decisioning to have a review period. We would be anyways. What I'm trying to tie it to is allowing for the positive impacts to our community be captured at all of the sites that currently exist. And that's it. And then we can vote on it. I really don't want to make it difficult. And I was very transparent from the beginning that my intentions were to separate them, find the agreement, and then to make an amendment to this in regards to, finding a way to find that data around the impacts of this decision. So nothing is convoluted. I was very forthcoming from the get.
And to your point, you asked a question earlier about, or perhaps Councilmember Engler did, I forget, of Mr. Nadari about whether there had been staffing improvements, because we had been short-staffed before, and that had possibly been considered a reason for underperformance or low turnout because crossing guards were absent. Mr. Nadari responded that there had been improvement, robust staffing, I think was your term, but that there was still room for improvement, including at some of the corners where cuts are being contemplated. That there was, so in other words, short staffing is a possible factor in underperformance of these corners. So that, in response to Councilmember Engler's question, the second question he asked, what are the criteria? What are the reasons? That performance criteria could be one of them. Would you agree with that, Councilmember Gutierrez?
Yes.
Okay. So there is a motion that's been made by Mayor Pro Tem Taylor. There is a suggested amendment by Councilmember Gutierrez. And under Standards Roberts rules, Mayor Pro Tem Taylor, I go to you and ask if you accept that amendment. And if you do, we vote on the combined amendment. And if you don't, then we vote on Councilmember Gutierrez's first and then go back to you.
For me, I don't feel like we need to relitigate the policy. I know we're talking about understaffing being the reason why schools didn't qualify. I felt like we had already done that in the past when we were talking about, parental behavior changes and school choice being a, huge factor in this. I thought we'd already done that. Because of that, I am okay keeping my motion as is.
Okay. So then we will then vote first on Councilmember Gutierrez's substitute amendment, correct?
Correct.
Is there any other discussion?
The motion is to add.
Can we have the motion, please?
Yes. So the motion by Councilmember Gutierrez is to add to Mayor Pro Tem's motion language that says hold on, let me find my notes here, to hold in abeyance the removal of the 10 locations that have been removed pursuant to the policy for a minimum of 1 year. So all you're doing is you're voting whether to add that language to Mayor Pro Tem Mailer.
And I thought his motion was for number 1.
Yes,
And you want to add that to
that's
number 1,
Councilmember Gutierrez's motion, to add that language to his motion.
not to number 2, but number
Correct.
1.
Correct, to number 1.
Uh-huh. Say it again.
I just want to make sure, does the city clerk understand?
So
what
it's
the
going to
motion is?
read,
Okay.
receive staff report and update on crossing guard program for the 25-26 school year in accordance with the city council approved 23 crossing guard policy and,
So, yes,
don't,
you're not voting on number 1. All you're doing is voting on whether to add new language to the recommendation number 1.
Okay.
And that language is to hold in abeyance the removal of the 10 locations that have been removed pursuant to the policy for a minimum of 1 year.
okay.
That's it. Simple.
Let me give you, I'll just, to be clear here, if it passes, we still have to go to the motion to approve
Number 1.
recommendation number 1, but now it includes that verbiage. If it doesn't passes, then you have to vote on recommendation number 1 without that verbiage. Don't you love the rules of parliamentary
So
procedure?
Mayor Pro Tem Taylor originally.
Correct. Then we go
Yes.
back to Mayor
Put
Pro Tem
forth.
Taylor's motion.
Yes,
Okay.
this is parliamentary
All right.
procedure.
Is there any other discussion on Councilmember Gutierrez's substitute motion? Madam Clerk, please prepare us for a vote.
Councilmember Adam.
No.
Councilmember Engler.
No.
Councilmember Gutierrez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Taylor.
No.
And Mayor Newman.
Aye.
And that motion fails 2 to 3, excuse me, yes, 2 to 3. With Councilmembers Adam Engler and Mayor Pro Tem Taylor voting no.
Thank you. We now go to the previous motion by Mayor Pro Tem Taylor,
Correct.
which is item 1 as written.
With the sequel item, but so it's basically
With-
his motion now, what is before you is a motion to approve recommendation number 1 and a determination that it is not an item
Can
subject to sequel.
I wasn't sure which one you guys were having pushback on. Considering that was the one, do you still want to separate everything out, or can we just now vote on the remainder?
Well, we've already voted to vote separately, so
Okay,
let's just
okay,
go through
fair.
the list.
Fair enough.
So the question before us now, as City Attorney Noonan noted, is recommendation 1 as written and define that recommendation to be CEQA exempt. Is there discussion on this item?
It's recommendation 1 as written, correct?
Correct.
You know,
Okay.
And that it's
let's
CEQA
vote.
exempt.
My only discussion is something that Councilmember Taylor had spoken about. A couple of years ago, we put quite a bit of work into this policy and had a long discussion on the policy. I don't take policies lightly. When we make a policy, we should consider them carefully, and then we should abide by those policies when the time comes. My fervent hope at the time was that we would not be here, that through our efforts of reaching out to parents, walking to school days, all these types of things that we did would encourage kids and parents to walk to school, that we would have more locations that needed crossing guards, not less. That did not happen. Half the ones we're looking at are single-digit crossers, which is unfortunate. I don't wish that was the way it would be. I think having the door open into the future, if demographics change, neighborhoods change, more kids walk, that sort of thing, happy to bring this back through. But our policy, I think, was a well considered policy, and we should abide by it.
May I say something too?
Councilmember Adam.
along with what Bob said, we delayed implementing this policy for 2 years. 2 years we worked on, and you went to crossing guard deals. I went to them, Bob went to them. We did everything we could to get kids to walk to school. And we did outreach, we spent money, we put in ads, we ran social media campaigns, and the results were negligible. And as Bob said, things are changing in the city, you know? School enrollment's down, school of choice has taken away 50% of the kids, and they're driving. Dual income parents don't have time to supervise the kids as much, they drive them, that's it. Anyway, point being, the best hope is in number 3. The best hope is in number 3. That's where we take, as Mr. Haydari said, somewhere between $100,000 to $200,000 a year and continue the program to try to build up kids walking to school. And we're putting our money where our mouths are. And everybody wants crosswalks or crossing guards, you know? I mean, it's an easy concept, but you've got to have the kids to justify it. But anyway, number 3 will allow us to put the funds to continue to work to try to get kids walking to school. And if it works, we can increase our crossing guards. Simple as that.
Thank you. Are there other comments on this? I have a few comments. Following up on Councilmember Adams' comments of 2 years ago when we considered this policy in the first place. At that time, there was a suggestion to take this away from the city and just pawn it off on the school district. And Councilmember Adams said at that meeting, and I remember distinctly, these are our streets, this is our responsibility. And I agreed with that statement then, and I agree with it today. So that it is remaining with the city where it should be, I am not unhappy about that. Public safety is arguably, maybe not even arguably, the very first responsibility we have in local government. So I'm not displeased that it's staying here. We're going to vote in a minute on someone else managing that, but it remains our responsibility, and that's a good thing. Unfortunately, however, I cannot support this motion for 3 reasons, and I'll go through those quickly. One is methodology. I was involved in internet test and measurement for about 30 years. I worked very closely for about 25 of those years with the Internet Engineering Task Force, the body that defines technical standards for the internet. I wrote hundreds of methodologies during that period. I wrote what are still the industry standard methodologies for firewall performance measurement. I was involved in router and switch measurements. And one thing I learned very early in methodology creation is you can write a methodology that has 100 steps, and if one of those is questionable, then all of them are questionable. And it doesn't matter that the state's standards are tighter or somebody else is doing this a different way. We're not talking about that. That's not relevant here. The standard that we're using here is flawed. We're counting 3 people as one person. That's not going to be one lawsuit if there are 3 injuries. We're talking about people here, and we're using a methodology that reduces that to numbers, and they're not even the right numbers. So I have a methodological problem with that. I have a methodological problem with the sample size. We are making decisions about public safety based on one measurement per year. And we can argue about whether 2 or 3 or 5 is a better sample size. I don't know the answer to that, but I'm troubled by the notion that we can add or cut a crossing guard based on one measurement a year. My second objection is that we're not considering what we lose when we take away a crossing guard. So yes, there's not someone to walk children across the street. That's true. But we're not talking about what we lose elsewhere. When someone is driving by and they see a crossing guard at the corner, they see a human symbol of safety and the city's commitment to safety. They see something that says, in human terms, you better slow down, you better pay attention. There's something that needs safety here. And we lose that when we cut what we're cutting tonight, which is almost half, more than half, I don't know, 10 out of 24. So almost half of crossing guards. That goes away. We're missing something when we replace people with devices. Devices are really good, and I'm for them, and they definitely help with safety, but they are not people. And we are taking away those human reminders that we need to take the greatest care around our school children. And finally, the reason I objected to this policy in the first place is that it does nothing, and these changes that we're doing tonight do nothing to address the root cause, which is that people feel unsafe, which is why we have these declining numbers year and year. And I'm glad to hear from staff that we will be getting input from the school district, because I've done, 20 walk and roll events, and I'm glad to do that, I'll continue doing that. But I could do 200 of them and not have the impact that one school principal or one PTA meeting could have. And we need that input. And the fact that we're even here tonight is a testament to this policy is not working. It's not getting the job done. So appreciate staff has done exactly what council has asked it to do, but because I feel that the policy is a deeply flawed policy in the first place, I can't support this motion. Madam Clerk, please prepare us for a vote. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm going to bring up a few points because I see it differently.
Sure.
So I'd love to kind of address some of that. The first one, you stated that we're attempting to pawn this program off to the school district. That is very different than what all the discussions we've had up here, in my perspective, felt like. What we were talking about, is there a way to do it even better? And when we were talking about bringing the school district into it, that seemed like a great approach to try to do things better, not say, we're done with this, take it. So I didn't have that same perspective that you just mentioned, that we're attempting to pawn it off. On the methodology part, if we're looking at staff and saying the data is false, I have no clue how you ever create policy when we're being presented data and then having to wonder if what they're showing us is real or not. I don't know how you create policy that way. The methodology, or at least what the data supports, actually completely reflects what my experience has been as a parent. The way my parents did it is much different than how we do it with our kids. I rode my bike and then ended up skateboarding to school. That's how I got to school. That's not what I do with my kids. And I think we do need to be realistic with how times have changed. School choice is a massive one. Mr. Angler, I think, brought this up. Out of the schools, it's like 30 to 60% are school choice. If 30 to 60% of the kids at the schools are school choice, they're not walking to school. They're driving to it. That's a huge factor. I don't think it's singularly safety being the reason why we're seeing less kids go to school. And I do want to be clear. I loved walking to school. Like I'm in agreement with, I think, everyone up here. I would love for more kids to walk. That was so fun for me to do as a kid. But I don't think it's accurate to say that we're watching the numbers decline because of safety. That's not what I'm seeing as a parent. That's not what I think the data is supporting. I do want to be clear, though. I think you're coming with good intention. I'm not saying that to say anything other than that. I just didn't see it the way you did. This felt like we have spent a lot of time trying to figure out how to do this. Our policy is more liberal or lenient than any city in the county. We are way more flexible than the state program. We're trying to find solutions to bring the school district in to do it even better. that seems like we took a very pragmatic approach to find the best policy, not a, I don't want to do this, this is an inconvenience. So I was surprised. I was just surprised to hear you start with that.
So Councilmember Adam, I'll go to you in just a minute. I do want to respond. Firstly, to say, I appreciate your comments. I appreciate that different people can look at the same data and draw very different conclusions. And I think that's some of where we're having different takeaways from this. On the point of making this even better, it is the case that when we discussed this in May, it may be pawned off as an inartful term, but we were discussing moving the management of this entirely out of the city's hands and into school districts. We were proposing having the school district take over this program.
I believe we were looking at potential options, but I don't think we looked at that as we got to do this. I guess that's how I would have assumed.
It was a discussion.
Pawn off.
It was we were specifically we authorized the city and the district to enter into
a conversation to see what we could
but
potentially do.
One of the options to be contemplated was that the city would not manage this and the district would instead. And that was in the staff report tonight, saying the district said, we don't have the resources to do that. But it was discussed. It was something that was, so when I'm saying a transfer, that's what I meant, is a transfer was discussed. On the methodology question, in terms of what numbers are meaningful or correct, I don't remember the exact term you used. Good benchmarks have three characteristics. They are stressful, they are repeatable, and they are meaningful. And where I think this policy fails is on that third point. The notion that the number of people crossing on a single day per year is the basis for a decision on our kids' public safety is very problematic to me. So when I was raising the methodology point, that's the basis I was objecting on. And then on the final point on perception, I agree that different parents will have different reasons for not allowing their kids to walk to school or ride their, as you and I did growing up. I have heard a number of parents say, I don't think it's safe. I don't want my child walking with these gigantic SUVs, which is, I consider to be part of the problem. It gets to be a downward spiral where people don't feel safe, so they drive more, so they don't feel safe, so they drive even more. And as I mentioned 2 years ago, I'm looking to move that cycle in the opposite direction to have a more virtuous circle that goes upward instead, where the more people feel safe, the more kids walk, which means even more people feel safe, and on and on and on. So that's where my comments were coming from. But I appreciate again that, you know, we can have different viewpoints and we need to be able to talk about those, and those viewpoints can differ even looking at the same data. Thank you. Councilmember Adam.
No, I was just going to add that I really have every confidence that if we take on one of these contractors, they will run the program more efficiently and more economically than we ever could. I've looked into some of these companies. They have cities that they represent, dozens and dozens of cities all across the state of California. Believe it or not, they specialize in crossing guards. How you make a business out of that is interesting to me. I mean, they have years of experience in this, they pay well, and I think they will run the program better than we could.
That's not the question on the floor at the moment? We're voting on
it is, because we're talking about number two. We're talking about a third party running the program, and you mentioned we were going to try to foist this onto the school district.
I'm sorry, we're not. We're still on the first motion, on point one.
Okay, well, and I
happen to agree with you.
I'll furthermore say that continuing to attack the recommendations based on policy is not germane to what we're voting on tonight.
It is,
our city attorney has said repeatedly, we're not voting on the policy, and yet you continue to attack the policy. So-
As you yourself said earlier tonight,
So anyway.
we can vote against it, and I will, for the reasons I stated. All right. So again, the motion on the motion on the floor is recommendation 1. I think we've all said what we need to say. Will the clerk please prepare us for a vote?
Councilmember Adam,
Yes.
Councilmember Engler,
Yes.
Councilmember Gutierrez,
No.
Councilmember Taylor,
Yes.
and Mayor Newman.
No.
And that motion passes 3-2 with Councilmember Gutierrez and Mayor Newman voting no.
Thank you.
So do we
move
need a
now
motion?
to recommendation 2, and we need a motion.
I'll motion number 2 as written.
Very good. Any discussion on this item? Councilmember Gutierrez, any comments?
I just want to make one comment as part of the discussion and referring to Councilmember Adam, your comment that they would run the policy or program more efficiently. So as previously stated by City Manager, we will effectively still be managing and using the policy in place. So effectability only relates in this instance to staffing. That's my only comment, and maybe someone can correct me if I'm wrong.
Thank you. Any other comments on this? I'll just add that I agree fully with the comments Councilmember Adam made previously. I'm very hopeful that this outside agency will be more successful than the city has been at increasing usage. And to that point, there was a question to Mr. Hidari earlier about staffing and tying that to performance. And one of the big reasons to do this is we think an outside agency will be able to fully staff all crossing guards at all intersections, and hope that in itself will increase performance. So with that, will the clerk please prepare us for a vote?
Just this.
Sorry.
Just a,
Councilmember Engler.
that this project does not, as a project defined under CEQA.
Thank you for that important note. Will the clerk please prepare us for a vote?
Councilmember Adam,
Yes.
Councilmember Engler,
Yes.
Councilmember Gutierrez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Taylor,
Yes.
and Mayor Newman.
Aye.
And that motion passes 5-0.
Very good. I'll entertain a motion on recommendation 3
Move 3.
and find it CEQA exempt.
What?
Do you find it CEQA exempt?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. This one actually does require some input in that the staff is looking for direction on this. So who wants to go first?
I'd love to go first, Mayor Newman, if I may.
Please.
So one of my comments that I've been withholding, but I think is relevant to this point, is while school choice and two-parent households and just maybe the nuances of how our community and society overall is moving about cities and how they get their children to school, I would argue, and it's an assumption because I don't have the data in front of me, but I'm sure the school board or the school district can provide the data, and it would show that disproportionately that is not the case for our minority community members. So as it relates to this point, and with that reflection in mind, the direction I'd like to give staff as it relates to where we're looking and how we might leverage some of the savings outside of course, improving or expediting light signals, light signals or blinky lights, or however we would help mitigate the safety, is the outreach and prioritizing, if we can, capturing the data and how it may, again, in partnership or in collaboration with the district, how it may be disproportionately impacting, especially at the sites that are being removed from the 24 minority community members. So there's my direction.
Thank you. Other comments on how any savings might be directed? Mayor Pro Tem Taylor.
If I can just ask a clarifying question to Councilmember Gutierrez. Did you say that the minority community numbers are not changing in school attendance, or do you want to do a study to find out if they are? Will you clarify that one? I just missed.
I would love if there was data from the city, but I imagine that the school district has some data alluding to which households walk to and from, or leverage the TOT and have to walk from a bus stop to a school or whatever, and that we would see disproportionately that there are not many minority communities, sub-communities within our Conejo Valley leveraging school choice or and again, I hate to say all of these explicitly because these are just part of my lived experience and my proximity to my community. They are not coming from two-parent households. Very often, parents are leaving before children are off to school to their places of employment. And so when I don't know that if we would like to encourage a study, I would be in support of that. I don't know if the school district has this study explicitly related to crossing guards or walking to and from school. But again, I feel comfortable without seeing the data, making the assumption, sharing the experience and my proximity to these communities that they are not school choicing. They are going to their local schools, and then they have other at-home factors that are, their children are still riding their bikes to school or walking or taking the TOT and having to walk from the nearest bus stop to a school. And the reason why I bring this up is because aside from the points I've already made is that I am on campuses and more recently middle schools because my son is attending middle school. And then separately because I'm invited to high school campuses to come and speak and spend time with different student organizations, that they are often bringing up the walkability, the public transportation, and the safety of our streets and roads while they are trying to get to school. And more often than not, they are children from minority groups.
So is there a way to maybe find out who's riding bikes and walking in areas that we can make investments in? And then do you feel
that
like
is the recommendation,
and
to
then
keep in mind and point the funds in that way with that reflection in mind?
Yes. The reason I was qualifying it is, do you feel like the marketing outreach or the education, at least citywide, that we're doing will also help the minorities pick it up the same way other citizens would, or do you feel like that needs to be a specific strategy?
It needs to be a specific strategy.
Yeah, well, what I might
Mr.
suggest, if I may, is
Please.
we can leverage or include some of these discussions in the upcoming meeting we're having with the school district as we look to work together and collaborate on identifying some more localized solutions, and this would be a great topic to include in that meeting.
Okay. Yeah, and just so you know, Ty, I'm with you on that. I love the recommendation. I would just wanted clarification and to see, if there needs to be a unique approach. So thank you for that.
Of course.
Other input, staff is looking for input here. Councilmember Engler, anything?
No, I think my only recommendation is to really try to leverage as many traffic calming strategies as we can on any of these locations that are serving schools. Not only just the flashing crosswalks, but curb bulb outs and whatever other traffic calming devices that we could throw into the mix to help the kids cross the street.
Councilmember Adam.
Yeah, I would just, as the recommendation says, I'd like to see walkability and bicycle improvements citywide, and I would like staff to continue to try to beef up the counts at these intersections. So maybe ultimately, if it meets our city policy, we can bring in more crossing guards. Simple as that.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Taylor.
Yeah, and the one additional point I want to make, Bob just reminded me, I thought that was a great point that Kinsey made, that, you know, if there's areas where there's no crossing guards, what type of investment can we make to make the intersection safer? That was a phenomenal point. So I agree with you, Bob. I would love to see that.
Yeah. So I've got two recommendations. One is with this word citywide. I'm a cyclist. I've advocated here many times for improving cycling citywide and making the city more walkable. But the issue before us tonight is not that. It is school safety. So my first ask would be that what savings we realize be used exclusively on school safety, whether that's enhanced mechanisms, traffic calming, which I fully agree with, bulb outs, flashers. We are doing something tonight that will be, at least have the perception of, if not the reality, of reducing safety by removing crossing guards. So if we can do other things that increase safety in the school, getting the school domain, I think that would be a good thing to do. And then, as I asked earlier, I alluded to during questions, I'd strongly encourage staff to continue these good discussions with the school district in a collaborative way, especially in areas where the district has more expertise than the city does. We really need that input, and I'm really glad to hear we're talking and would like to see that continue. Any other input on this item? Will the clerk please prepare us for a vote?
Councilmember Adam?
Yes.
Councilmember Engler?
Yes.
Councilmember Gutierrez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Taylor?
Yes.
And Mayor Newman?
Aye.
And that motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Our next item, I understand from the city clerk that we are able to combine a couple of items because these all have to do with compensation of city staff. So we are going to combine item 12C on benefits and compensation for executive managers, along with item 15 on compensation and employment agreements for the city attorney and city manager. And is there, no, that's it, those two items.
Mr. Mayor, both Mrs. Noonan and I will be stepping off the dais for this item's consideration.
Thank you. That seems appropriate, given its compensation for the two of you. Our only two, this council has exactly two direct reports. And they are the city manager and the city attorney. So they will step out while we have this discussion. So presenting on this item will be the city's Human Resources Director, Jeanette Green. Good evening, Ms. Green.
Good evening, Mayor Newman and council members. This report serves to meet state law requirements regarding the public reporting of compensation for local government executives. Before you tonight is a revised benefits and compensation resolution for executive managers. The proposed updates are within the authority previously granted by the council for adjustments to represented employee groups. The resolution includes the following proposed changes: performance-based compensation to include merit-based salary increases of up to 5% for exceptional performance for FY26 and 27, FY25 to 26 and 26 to 27, along with non-merit increases of 1.5% and 1% respectively. It also includes some recommended benefit adjustments to include updates to the cafeteria plan, contributions, dental coverage, retiree health savings plan, annual leave, cash-out policy, paid parental leave, and bereavement leave, specifically to align those benefits with our senior managers, as well as salary schedule updates, a new salary schedule based on our classification and compensation study, along with a 2% range adjustment in July 2026, and a relocation incentive for hiring new executives. Staff recommends that the council adopt the resolution amending the benefits and compensation for executive managers and determine that this action does not constitute a project under CEQA. As far as items 15A and 50B, if you'd like me to continue on with those, this report fulfills the requirement under state law that any compensation changes for appointed officials be publicly agendized and discussed in open session. On July 24, 2025, the council met in closed session to conduct separate performance evaluations for both positions, being the city manager and city attorney. Both were rated at the outstanding level. Based on these evaluations, the council provided direction to me as the Human Resources Director and the Assistant City Attorney assigned to this matter. On contract amendments, the resolutions before you tonight reflect that direction. Specifically, the proposed amendments include a 6.5% salary increase effective for fiscal year 25 to 26, a 6% salary increase for fiscal year 26 to 27, an increase in annual leave allocation from 280 hours to 300 hours effective January 1, 2026, and alignment of administrative leave benefits with those proposed for the executive managers. Additionally, the amendment to the city attorney's contract includes some language that is put in place to update due to requirements under state law for all public employment agreements. Staff recommends the approval of both resolutions 15A and 50B, and finding that these actions do not constitute a project under CEQA. I'd be happy to take questions on any of these reports.
Thank you very much, Ms. Green. Appreciate it. Council members, are there questions of staff? Councilmember Gutierrez, any questions? I just have one very brief question. The city every 2 years goes through negotiations with the city's 3 unions and reached agreement, I'm happy to say. And earlier this evening, much earlier this evening, we approved those contracts as part of our consent calendar. My question is, broadly speaking, are the pay increases we're contemplating here for the city manager and the city attorney, are they broadly in line with the pay increases that we negotiated for city union members?
Yes, specifically with regard to the Senior Managers and Supervisors Association, which is one of your 3 associations, we typically align with the increases for that group as well as the executive managers and for the appointed officials.
Excellent, thank you. Appreciate that. Any other questions of staff? Okay, well, I'll entertain a motion on this item.
I move staff recommendation on all 3.
Very good. Madam Clerk, please prepare us for a vote.
Councilmember Adam?
Yes.
Councilmember Engler?
Yes.
Councilmember Gutierrez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Taylor?
Yes.
And Mayor Newman?
Aye.
And that motion covering all 3 items passes 5-0.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Ms. Green. Appreciate it. And thank you to Ms. Noonan and Mr. Powers. You can come to work on Monday. We go now to comments from the city manager, Mr. Powers.
Thank you, Mayor Newman. This meeting concludes our first half of the year, if you will, as we move into council recess. Our next meeting is set for the 26th of August. Currently have a couple special presentations. One for National Emergency Preparedness Month, and one, ironically, from SCE on their latest with their PSPS system. We have a public hearing scheduled for an update to our SB 9 ordinance, and we have a study session on our comprehensive zoning code update findings and recommendations. That's currently what we have slated, as well as a report out from the NLC Summer Leadership Summit. I hope everybody has a nice remainder of the summer.
Thank you. I'll echo that. I wish everyone a nice and very pleasant summer. And with that, we are adjourned to our next regular meeting on August 26th, 2025. Good night, Thousand Oaks.